Commercial airplane usually cruises at about 550 miles per hour. It takes about 5 hours to go from LA to New York City. If you were able to fly as fast as Dragon, you could cover that distance in just 8.5 minutes.
And you can actually see what Dragon has been doing over the past 24 hours right now on your screen. Immediately after that Dragon spacecraft separated from the Falcon 9 rocket, it began what we've called the activation and rendezvous phase of the mission. During this phase, mission operators configured the vehicle for on-orbit operations, and Dragon executed a series of burns which gradually raised its orbit to align more closely with the ISS. A final co-elliptic burn, which started at about 9:59 p.m. here at local time in Hawthorne, placed Dragon into the same orbital plane of the ISS, about 2.5 kilometers below and 7 kilometers behind, which had then prepared it for its approach and autonomous docking maneuvers.
That's right. And about 10 minutes ago, while on this orbit, Dragon transitioned to what we call integrated operations. And that's really just something for the ground. So during integrated operations, the SpaceX flight controllers closely coordinate every move of Dragon with the NASA flight team in Houston. Ground controllers initiate and monitor all the preparations for approach, including establishing communications between Dragon and the station, and also initializing all of the spacecraft's navigation sensors to prepare for that autonomous docking. And over the next couple of hours, Dragon's going to execute a series of demos, this is Demo 1, before it actually docks with the space station.
That's right, and since this is a new vehicle, these tests are meant to demonstrate that Crew Dragon is capable of maneuvering away from the space station in case of an emergency. The crew on board the space station will be very involved in Dragon's test maneuvers and will be monitoring its approach the whole way in.
And today on board the space station, there's NASA astronaut Anne McClain, Russian cosmonaut Oleg Kononenko, and Canadian astronaut David St. Jacques. First, they actually demonstrated the ability to remotely command Dragon while outside something known as the approach ellipsoid, which we'll get into that a little bit later, just to make sure the crew can actually act as a backup to control the spacecraft. They just turned on a light and left it blinking.
And once Dragon is inside that keep-out sphere, which is an imaginary circle with about a 200-meter radius, sort of like a city block in all directions around the station, the crew will send the spacecraft a retreat command, sending it away in a test of its abort capability. Then, after that retreat command is successfully tested, it's time for the final approach, with Dragon slowly approaching the docking port on the front part of the station's Harmony module. It'll then be linking up with the International Docking Adapter and will be the first time that this new docking adapter has been used. This is a very different process from what we've seen for the cargo Dragon deliveries in the past, which used a process called berthing. Both methods have advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, that's right. Docking can be done autonomously with no crew aboard the station. It's typically a much faster process, both when arriving and leaving, but it still requires that pinpoint accuracy to approach safely. Berthing requires a vehicle to approach the station and then stop, kind of hover outside so it can be captured by a crew member using the space station's robotic arm. Just an example from a previous SpaceX cargo mission. Once it's captured, it gets maneuvered around and then attached to a common berthing mechanism, which is actually the same type of port used to connect each module on the station together. It's a much slower process, but those hatches are significantly larger than docking ports, which is perfect when you're bringing up big cargo items.
The primary purpose of this mission is to demonstrate Dragon's systems and capabilities before the next flight, when we'll have people on board for the first time.
Yeah, and it's going to be NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. And they were selected to be the first humans to fly a Dragon into space. And they're going to be on board this next mission known as Demo 2 later this year. Bob Behnken was selected as an astronaut back in the year 2000 and flew to the space station twice on Space Shuttle Endeavour. He also served as NASA's chief astronaut for 3 years before joining the initial cadre of astronauts assigned to the Commercial Crew Program. And flying alongside him is going to be NASA's Doug Hurley. He was Behnken's astronaut classmate, also getting selected back in 2000. And he had a similar resume. He flew on 2 shuttle missions to the station as well. His second, though, was on STS-135, and that was the final flight in the Space Shuttle program back in 2011, and the last time we launched humans to the space station from America.
And we're so happy to get right back into that. Over the course of this mission, Dragon will be put through the paces to demonstrate important functions like navigating around the space station, receiving commands from crews on board, of course docking and undocking, and conducting activities while attached to the station, including a robotic survey of the Dragon spacecraft. All of this work will push us closer to that very first flight with astronauts aboard. While there are no humans on board today's flight, Dragon is actually carrying a special passenger named Ripley. Let's get acquainted with Ripley and her role in today's mission.
As a part of our Demonstration 1 mission, we have a special passenger on board. The technical term feel when they fly on Dragon. She is essentially full of sensors across her body, including the head, neck, and spine. For this mission, Ripley is going to use 10 out of her 30 sensors to give us all the information we need about the most sensitive parts of her body. She is going to give us information about her body loads and the seat loads, and we're going to use all that information to analyze and make sure our predictions are correct, to design, test, and understand exact behavior of the seat system in Crew Dragon. From liftoff to splashdown, essentially she is going to tell us how she feels during the whole mission. We also have a microphone around her ears, so we're going to hear whatever she hears. The goal of this mission is to make sure that the crew are going to be safe, comfortable, and enjoy the ride on the Dragon. During a nominal ascent, the crew will feel like they're riding on an exciting roller coaster ride. On the way back, during a nominal splashdown, the crew will feel like they are diving into a swimming pool. Interestingly, this is not the first time we're using this technology to make sure that the crew are going to be safe. The first time was in 2015 on the paddleboard test. In addition to these tests, we're doing a lot more testing to make sure all the worst-case scenarios are understood, the crew are going to be safe, and all our injury metrics are within limits. We're going to be using this technology again in the future. In fact, Ripley is going to be flying in our in-flight abort test later this year. We're not going to be getting real-time data for this mission. Once Ripley comes back home, she is going to give us all the data, and that's going to get us one step closer to human spaceflight for everyone.
Yeah, Ripley had a heck of a ride uphill yesterday, and she's doing pretty great now. We actually have some views inside of Dragon still, and we're going to get those hopefully throughout the webcast today, and we're going to be able to see that hatch open in just a couple of hours from now. And you can kind of make it out. Our zero-G indicator looks to have hopped out of its seat and is floating just to the in between two of those seats. But Ripley on the far end, still strapped in and still ready to go. NASA's Commercial Crew Program, though, represents a new era in space travel. And since the end of the shuttle program, the only ride to the station has been on the Russian Soyuz. But by working with SpaceX and Boeing, there's soon going to be a new fleet of spacecraft capable of bringing humans to low Earth orbit. And of course, all of this supports the mission of the International Space Station, humanity's premier laboratory in space, where we're pushing the boundaries in science and technology every single day.
The space station, its history is really interesting. It's been up in orbit for almost 2 decades now. Let's take a close look at how the International Space Station came to be and its role in furthering human space exploration.
The International Space Station, a football field-sized, million-pound laboratory flying around planet Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. It's our home in low Earth orbit and the bridge to exploring the far reaches of our solar system. A place to learn what it takes to live, to work, to thrive in space. Thanks to space agencies representing more than a dozen countries around the world, it went from the drawing board to liftoff when the first piece flew into space in 1998. That kicked off over a decade of construction, hauling the station to orbit piece by piece on NASA's space shuttle and Russian rockets. And after the first crew arrived in November 2000, we started an unbroken streak of humans living and working in space. Building on the legacy of past outposts like Skylab and Mir, the International Space Station became the training ground for humanity's next great journeys. Learning how to live in space for extreme periods of time, building and perfecting the technologies necessary to travel to our neighbors in the solar system. It gave us a place right on our doorstep to prepare for the next giant leap into the unknown. And thanks to the station, a new era in outer space is unfolding. What was once the domain of only nations and governments is now populated by a growing space fleet from American industry. Private spacecraft to fly cargo and crew members, new habitats and technologies for future space missions, and an open door for companies, research institutions, and even students around the world to do research in space that have never had the opportunity before. All laying the foundation for a robust economy in space. There have been thousands of experiments, hundreds of spacewalks, endless hours of challenges and successes, all done by humans hailing from countries around the globe. The International Space Station is what we can achieve as a planet when we come together to do the things that are hard. And the work isn't slowing down, because we're ready for the next giant leap. because we're ready to go farther. Because what we do and learn along the way is for the benefit of all of humankind.
Now let's talk a little more about Crew Dragon, which was developed to transport both crew and cargo to and from the International Space Station. Learned from Cargo Dragon was ultimately leveraged in the design of this vehicle.
Crew Dragon is fully autonomous, which means it can basically fly itself, but does feature full manual override capability in case of any emergency. All of these enhancements help towards SpaceX's goal of reusability and less refurbishment between missions. So let's
from the very bottom of the trunk to the very top of the nose cone. Crew Dragon is composed of two main elements. There's the capsule, which is designed to hold crew and that pressurized cargo, and there's also an unpressurized section known as the trunk. The nose cone on top of the capsule protects the docking system, which Tom is madly in love with, and also the guidance, navigation, and control system, and it's going to stay attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft, unlike Cargo Dragon, which will help towards SpaceX's reusability efforts.
The docking system is probably one of the coolest parts about this.
We're going to do a deep dive in a little bit.
Opposite that nose cone is the trunk, and this provides the mating interfaces for Falcon 9, the Dragon capsule, and cargo. On the outside, one half of the trunk contains a radiator that rejects heat from the active thermal control system to space. This uses our new Pika tiling technology. And the other half contains solar cells used to charge the vehicle's batteries.
And then the spacecraft is designed to accommodate up to 7 crew members with modular seats that can be removed and replaced by additional cargo. The seats themselves are made of carbon fiber and will be custom sized for any of the crew members flying on board. There's then a control panel that's centered between the pilot and commander seats, and that consists of 3 touchscreen displays, which allows the crew to jump in and operate the vehicle and fly it manually.
And lastly, our Super Draco launch escape system is the key safety feature of Crew Dragon, giving the crew the ability to safely escape from launch all the way to orbit, which no spacecraft in history has ever possessed until now. The video you're seeing is the launch escape system in action. This is the pad abort test completed just a few years ago. In a couple of months, we'll also hold another test to simulate an in-flight abort scenario.
And again, just to remind you, the initial contact between Dragon and the space station is expected to happen at about 3 a.m. Pacific time. We're still listening in a couple of minutes. We're expecting the mission operators to conduct a go, no-go poll that will allow Dragon to begin what's known as the approach initiation burn. And that's going to bring Dragon inside of that approach ellipsoid. So we're going to stand by, continue to get these great views from space station, and we're going to listen for that call.
So session name is Alpha Victor November 443, and then in brackets 450. And session information is Alpha Victor November 4 X-ray X-ray HD H.264 stream. Multicast group reads 172.22.208.56.
Copy and checking.
Port is 12345.
And so we did get the confirmation that that go no-go pull has occurred, and so pretty soon they're going to be moving to the approach initiation burn, and this is going to be a burn that's actually going to bring the spacecraft inside of the approach ellipsoid. Now, the approach ellipsoid, and I'm going to try to paint you a word picture, it's an imaginary shape around the International Space Station. It's about 4 kilometers long, 2 kilometers high, and 2 kilometers thick. And what it acts as is kind of a gate for any spacecraft traveling to and from the station. So before you're actually in that approach ellipsoid, any maneuvers your spacecraft does, you have to make sure that it will stay outside of that approach ellipsoid for up to 24 hours. Now, ultimately, we need to get closer. We need to break that rule when we want to dock. So they just do this final go, no-go pull to make sure that we're ready to go. Everything looks good on Dragon, and that burn is going to be coming up shortly. So, I mean, just talking through that, as you can imagine, there's a lot of coordination and communication that goes into every single launch. For the current mission, SpaceX and NASA have had teams working and talking together on headsets across the country since liftoff, and they're going to continue to do so for the duration of Dragon's state trip.
On the SpaceX side, ahead of launch, our teams at the Cape are performing final day launch checkouts to make sure that Dragon was healthy and good to go. At the moment of liftoff, we transferred authority over Falcon 9 Dragon from our firing room there in Florida to mission control here in Hawthorne, which you can see on your screen right now. All those people in Hawthorne staying up late all through the night, making sure that Dragon is healthy. While there are a number of people on headset in mission control, the mission director is the one in charge. Since Dragon is a highly autonomous vehicle, our operations is continually monitoring the health and performance of the spacecraft through the entire duration of its journey until Dragon splashes safely down back on the Earth. Our team in Mission Control also coordinates closely with the Mission Control Center in Houston at Johnson Space Center, especially when we're in what we call integrated operations, which Dan was talking about earlier. As we mentioned earlier, the integrated ops operators initiate and monitor preparations for approach to the space station, as well as preparations for autonomous docking with the station. So let's actually check in with Gary at Johnson Space Center to learn more about what the teams over there are monitoring.
Thanks, Tom. We are actually in integrated operations right now. We have a good AI burn, and Dragon is headed towards the International Space Station. Here in Mission Control, we have a specialist team in Orbit 1, specifically trained for this particular docking mission of DM1. 3 orbits here in Mission Control Houston. Of course, as you said, 24/7 operations to monitor the systems on board the International Space Station. This is Orbit 1, the first shift of the day, mainly to oversee these docking operations. Every person you see in this room is here for a specific purpose, looking at something very specific that's on part of the International Space Station. Everything from tracking where the station is going to be to actual pointing and positioning, someone monitoring the life support systems, someone actually looking after some of the specialist operations. We have some spacewalks coming up, as well as the cameras, and even the room itself. We have someone dedicated just to make sure that we have good communication with the station at all times. The flight director today is Scott Stover for the specialist DM1 mission teams. Next to him, you see Leslie Ringo. She is the Capcom and has been communicating with the crew right now, who are awake and going through those procedures to begin the monitoring of Dragon approaching the International Space Station. Actually, not too long ago, we heard David Sejak come down on the space to ground saying something very bright is approaching the International Space Station. Very exciting time. They're working through the monitoring of Dragon out of the cupola window. This is a bay window facing towards the Earth at the bottom of the International Space Station. Of course, a lot of the specialists in this room here specifically for DM1, and a lot of the work out of this room has been done specifically for this mission, especially recently, a lot of preparation. They even conducted a robotic survey of the docking port of the front of the station where Dragon is set to dock, essentially scanning for any imperfections. This is the International Docking Adapter that you guys were talking about the first time it'll be used by any spacecraft, just making sure that there is any debris, that everything looks good, and that this is a safe port that Dragon is going to be docking to. Again, everything's looking good on the station's side. We'll go back to you, Dan and Tom, and see how Dragon is doing now that we're in integrated operations.
All right. Thank you, Gary. And as you guys heard, Gary confirmed that approach initiation burn has started, which means Dragon's now closing in. So it's going to move inside of that approach ellipsoid. Everything looked good for the teams, and it's now on its way. This burn takes about 45 minutes. Well, the burn is ended, but the flight to the next waypoint takes about 45 minutes. Tom, where are we headed next?
So waypoint 0 is what we're going to be, is what it's called. Waypoint 0 is actually within that approach ellipsoid that Dan was describing earlier. Like we've said before, Dragon takes a very phased approach getting towards the space station. It's sort of like speed limits in a very sensitive area. We want to make sure that Dragon is ready to go for each gate as we get closer and closer. And waypoint 0 is that first is placed about 400 meters south of the space, or directly below the space station.
Yeah. And so there's a lot that's going to be happening, and it's going to be a phased approach. So they're going to get to this next waypoint 0. They're going to camp out. We're going to do another go, no go, and then it's on up to the really exciting stuff when Dragon's going to get right in front of the space station, and it's going to be on what's called the V-bar. So for anyone who has followed stuff in the past, the shuttle would approach on what's known as the R-bar, which is the radial vector that was right underneath the station. Dragon's actually going to swing up to the front of station because it's going to be docking there to the International Docking Adapter. It's going to be approaching on the V-bar. And it's going to get there, and it's going to stop at about, we have some handy numbers down here, at about 150 meters away. That'll be waypoint 1. And then it's going to camp out there, and then we're going to get into some of the demonstrations. And a bunch have already been completed, and there's still some to come for Dragon.
Some of those, well, you said earlier that we were going to be having a commanded retreat once we're on that V-bar. That is when the Dragon spacecraft is going to be approaching, and about when it gets to about 150 meters around waypoint 1, it's going to be commanded by the crew in the space station to retreat from the space station back towards about 180 meters. This is just a test to make sure that the Dragon is fully capable of backing away in the case of any off-nominal telemetry. Dan and I know all about retreat calls from our last CRS mission with the Cargo Dragon, and in nominal case, it doesn't necessarily mean that anything is wrong with it. We want to make sure that the Dragon can approach or go all the way back to its hold position and await further instructions there.
Yeah, and they actually already did a demonstration of the thrusters that would be used for that retreat command shortly after they got on orbit. Just a couple of hours after, they did a burn of 2 of the Draco thrusters on the front of the spacecraft, which will be used for that actual retreat. They checked out fine. They've done demonstrations of Dragon's GPS system. Actually, right after getting on orbit, they did something known as the Absolute GPS demo, and that actually compares the GPS data that Dragon's receiving to the ground models just to make sure everything's matching up. And we just completed another one a little while ago called the Relative GPS demo, and that was Dragon sharing its positioning data with the space station, which it's now in communications with. And it's going to get a lot closer soon. Hopefully we'll start getting some really good views of Dragon from those cameras, as it's going to get a lot closer now, again, approaching from about 7 kilometers behind and 2.5 kilometers below, and pretty soon it's only going to be 400 meters below. Regardless, though, I mean, planet Earth is looking pretty splendid so far.
Yeah, you can see a really great shot from the ISS right now. I don't believe, because it's the daytime, you can see the tiny spot that we saw of Dragon earlier, but as soon as we go into the shadow of the Earth, the Dragon will be visible. Yeah. And we should be able to see it as it gets closer and closer. If any of you have tuned into our CRS approach grapple webcasts, you can see the Dragon slowly come into view, and that's the really exciting part of the mission.
This is Mission Control Houston. You are getting a live view of the Dragon spacecraft now just about 3,000 meters away from the International Space Station. At this time, the International Space Station about to enter into an orbital nighttime 266 statute miles above the Earth, just south of Australia. Again, about to enter an orbital nighttime. You'll see the views get a little bit darker. At this point, Dragon has completed its approach initiation burn. We are now in integrated operations. A few more milestones to hit. In just under 8 minutes at this point, we're looking for a mid-course burn, an approach initiation mid-course burn to look forward to. Not too long after that, we'll enter into the 1,000 meter or kilometer range from the International Space Station.
And you're continuing to get some great shots of Dragon as it gets closer and closer to the International Space Station. You can see that flashing light, which again, the crew actually commanded that on during a demo a little bit earlier in today's flight. And we're just inside of 15 minutes from actually another go, no go, when we're going to be able to go inside of the keep out sphere, which we'll break down all of that in just a little bit. But first, we are joined by somebody who has kind of a vested interest in this flight today. NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. He's one of the 2 astronauts assigned to the Demo 2 mission. One of the first people who's going to fly Dragon into space. Doug, first off, thanks for being here. It had to be a heck of a trip because you were out at launch, right? How was that?
The launch was incredible, Dan. I can't even begin to describe it. You know, being there with both the SpaceX and the NASA teams, and just to see the years of work kind of come to fruition as we watched the Falcon launch into the sky was awesome.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here. It's a huge
bet.
honor. I just want to know, are you ready to pilot this capsule into the International Space Station? I mean, it must be. I'm excited just to watch it happen. I can't even imagine the feeling of being, in the commander seat. So
It is exciting. Bob and I are ready to go when Dragon is ready, and whenever that happens, we're going to be ready to take that ride to the International Space Station.
Do you know where you're going to be when it comes home? Are you going to be with the landing teams? You're going to be out here? Because, I mean, after we get through all of our fun docking and undocking stuff and then splashing down, where are you going to be for that?
We will be here in Hawthorne again. We think that's probably the best place to kind of follow the teams through the decisions for the deorbit burn and then the entry, descent, and landing. It would be neat to be out with the teams that are there to go retrieve Dragon once it splashes down, but I think this is probably the best place for us as the crew.
Have you had a chance to be out on the boat yet for the recovery stuff?
Not on the boat while it's been underway. We've been on the boat at the dock, and we've done some training out in the ship basin there at KSC for water recovery.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Anything else, Tom?
nothing. Just so honored to be in the presence. So
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Doug, we won't want to keep you too long because I know you and Bob are going to be following along. But again, everybody, Doug Hurley, this man is going to be flying a Dragon into space this year. So thank you so much for being here. We'll let you get back to it.
You bet. Thanks, Dan.
All right, thanks, Doug. That flashing light, and 2 other lights, red and green. So the Christmas motif in effect, just like our cargo missions to the International Space Station on Dragon. It's going to continue approaching. The mid-course burn actually was just underway, and we already got the report that that was a good burn, and it's going to continue approaching to waypoint 0. Again, just as a reminder, waypoint 0 is going to be 400 meters directly beneath the International Space Station, and that's going to be the next hold point in today's journey.
2 for David and the Cupola SSE-17.
Zone 2.
Hey David, just to make sure we're on the same page, can you confirm that you verified the cables per step 3.1.4 in the monitoring tool setup? And then also, we think we have fixed it, and so we just need you to bring up the RPOP display on the PCS to get that data transfer going.
Copy, and yes, the cable's physical setup was checked, and I see still some mouse action there, but as soon as Pluto is out of SSE-17, I'll pick up.
Okay, we have gone hands-off now on SSE-17, and so we just need for you to execute in step 3.1.5, bringing up on the PCS. You'll be bringing up the RPOP display, and if you want me to read that out to you, I can do that as well.
So that is already up. That's been up for since the setup yesterday. You want me to shut it down and bring it back up?
Checking. Okay, and to be back with you, if you can just verify that the RPOP is up, we will just take care of it. That the RPOP PCS is up, and we'll take care of it from the ground.
Yes, the PCS RPOP window is open.
Okay, copy, and we will work it from the ground. Station Houston N2, Dragon range is approximately 1,000 meters. Monitor long range approach per step 2 in 1.102 Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Step 2. Station on 2 from the cupola. Dragon is in sight. He's pointing towards ISS. We see the blinking nose lights.
Copy on.
So right now, Dragon continuing to fly in a little bit closer. It's inside 1,000 meters already. It's continuing to fly in, and pretty soon it's going to be only 400 meters away. And again, that's going to be at waypoint 0, which is the next hold point that we're going to be looking for Dragon. Once it gets there, it's going to get the final go, which we were hearing. They are going to be go to move inside of the keep out sphere. So that's going to be like the next major milestone that we're going to be looking towards.
You can actually see the Dragon 2 spacecraft from the International Space Station on your screen right now. You're looking at what looks like just a blinking white light and red and green lights. Those are all lights on the Dragon. Right now, it looks like it's moving pretty slow or almost not moving at all, but just a quick reminder, both the station and the Dragon are currently whipping around the Earth at 17,000 miles per hour. So there's actually a lot of energy involved in this right now and a lot of precise maneuvers involved to get those two objects in orbit close to each other.
Yeah, it's going to continue approaching, and just to recap for everybody if you're joining, so Dragon started out a couple of kilometers below and behind the space station, and right now it's moving in towards waypoint 0. There's going to be a couple of waypoints along our way. Once we get to waypoint 0, it's going to be about 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. Then it's going to get a go to actually move inside of something known as the keep out sphere. So right now it's moving inside of the approach ellipsoid, which we described a little bit earlier. That's a oblong shape around the International Space Station, an imaginary one that actually governs what spacecraft are allowed to do when they're getting close. So anything outside that approach ellipsoid, you have to be within, or any maneuvers outside that approach ellipsoid, you can't get any closer to the space station within 24 hours. Now that it's moving inside that approach ellipsoid, it's past that gate. The next gate will be that keep out sphere, which is an area only 200 meters around the International Space Station, and any maneuvers just outside of there has to mean that the spacecraft is safe. We're basically not going to get any closer to the space station for at least 4 orbits. So we're basically just passing through these gates as we do this phased approach to the International Space Station. And so right here you can actually see kind of, and these are not to scale obviously, or the space station would be truly massive, but it did its final co-elliptic burn and then did the approach initiation burn, which we're moving through now and approaching waypoint 0. It'll be inside that larger shape you can see, the approach ellipsoid, and then after that it'll actually move inside of the keep out sphere.
That's right. Waypoint 0 is the waypoint that'll be within that approach ellipsoid, and the other 2 waypoints, waypoint 1 and waypoint 2, are actually inside the keep out sphere. Waypoint 1 is only about 150 meters away from the docking port on the forward part of the International Space Station, directly along the docking axis. And then waypoint 2 is way closer, only about 20 meters away. By the time Dragon gets to the waypoint 2, we'll be ready to dock, moving in very close towards the International Docking Adapter on the forward part of that space station.
Yeah, that's right. And the space station itself is going to go through and do some setup on its side. They're actually going to hand over the attitude control of the International Space Station to thrusters on the Russian segment. And the solar arrays in the space station will get a special positioning just to protect it from any exhaust plumes from the thrusters on Dragon as it approaches. And we're also going to be doing some actual maneuvers.
On your screen right now, you can see this is a view from a camera inside the International Space Station looking at the Dragon. There are some kind of objects in the screen outside of it. Those are actually reflections from inside the space station, kind of like if you are inside of a dark car, or sorry, a well-lit car looking outside of a window. You might see some reflections back in of the bright interior. But in the center of your screen, that, again, like I said earlier, that blinking light and the red and green, that is the Dragon getting ever closer to the ISS as it approaches waypoint 0.
That's right. And the crew members on board the space station are monitoring, and they're actually sending commands throughout the operations today. And it's, again, it's Canadian astronaut David St. Jacques and NASA astronaut Anne McClain. They're stationed in the cupola module. That's kind of the 360-degree bay window that we have on the bottom of the International Space Station that provides them a great view of the Earth below, but also visiting vehicles. That's where they're typically camped out for any berthing operations when they have to actually reach out and grapple the spacecraft using that robotic arm. But none of that's happening today because Dragon's going to be docking.
Yeah, that cargo Dragon is used to using those berthing operations. And Dan and I have actually personally been here for the last time we did that. That was a lot of fun. But luckily, we have the ability to dock with the space station via the SpaceX and NASA docking systems. And we'll get into that a little bit later when we get to the later waypoints. But right now, Dragon is still approaching waypoint 0. Just a reminder, that is about 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. The station has a few terms used to describe the relative position of points away from it in orbit. We use these terms called one is called the R bar. That's if you imagine a radius drawn directly from the space station to the center of the Earth. Anything that's along that radius is called would be called on the R bar. And then anything on a line that would represent the velocity of the space station forward in its orbit, that's called the V bar. Right now, the Dragon is approaching waypoint 0 on the R bar, and it's going to be making a maneuver after that to swing around to the front onto the V bar, which will be our docking axis for later today.
That's right. And once it's there, it'll fly up to waypoint 1, and we'll be able to see a couple of demonstrations. Again, Dragon's already done a bunch of demonstrations on its flight on the way to the International Space Station, including firing the thrusters. And this graphic is actually going to be showing the approach corridor for Dragon once it's in range to fly into the International Space Station. And this is something that's going to be really important for the crew members on board, as one of their jobs is to always be in the loop to command Dragon if they need to. So they're going to be using these corridors just to look if Dragon's attitude shifts anywhere inside or outside, and they have pretty strict limits on if they see Dragon doing anything that's not expected. They have the capability to send a command and send Dragon away. It can do a retreat, which we're going to have a demo of later, where it just kind of slowly backs away. They can command it to hold, and they can also command it to abort, which is a much more dynamic maneuver and gets Dragon further away from the space station. But we're going to be seeing that retreat command after we get to waypoint 1. It'll back itself up a little over 30 meters, from 150 meters to about 180, and then it will get a command to hold also from the crew. And then they'll look at how the data look, make sure that everything went well with the thrusters and on Dragon, and that it's ready to do its final approach. And then the teams actually right behind us here in Hawthorne will give that final command to Dragon to fly in and dock to the International Space Station.
The name of the game whenever any visiting vehicle approaches the space station is abundance of caution. It is very important to make sure that at every point along the way, all systems are nominal, that the space station and the spacecraft are exactly where we want and think they should be. So these kind of retreat commands allow us to, just in case anything looks off nominal for any reason, we can just command those vehicles to back off just a little bit. The nice thing about being in orbit with solar panels and all the systems that spacecraft has is they can just hang out there if they need to. Dragon is currently, or right now we're in the shadow of the Earth, but every time it swings around into the sun, it is able to generate power and keep those batteries charged and is able to stay operating for a long period of time. So when we do command that retreat, Dragon will push away from the space station to about 180 meters, as Dan said, and then just hang out there until it's given another command to come in for a real docking.
That's right. Right now, we're hearing we're about 2 minutes away from reaching waypoint 0, which again, Dragon will only be 400 meters away from the space station, which both vehicles right now in the dark of the Earth, they're flying over the southern Pacific. They're about halfway between Hawaii and South America, actually. But let's stand by, and we're going to hear that we're at waypoint 0 momentarily.
station on 2 for SSC 17. Did you need us to repower that SSC? And here with you on 2. Yes, we'd appreciate that. We have a blue error screen saying it requires restart. We will restart it now. Copy. You're doing the restart. Station Houston and 2, Dragon is transitioning to the docking axis and has been enabled to enter the keep out sphere. Monitor approach for step 3 in 1.102, Dragon approach and retreat monitoring. Understanding you have issues with RPOP, but we will take your range monitoring. Houston Station copy for step 3, current range 373, attitude is expected. Copy.
All right, so we just got the call. So Dragon actually passed waypoint 0, and they already got the go to move inside of that keep out sphere. So it's going to now do a maneuver that's going to swing it up around in front of the International Space Station. So right now it's about 400 meters beneath it, and pretty soon it's going to be just about 150 meters in front of it. So we're going to see Dragon kind of swing up and around, and we're going to be seeing in this animation here that it's going to start changing its attitude to actually get to waypoint 1. It'll take a little over 20 minutes to get there. Again, everything kind of slow and steady with today's operation, but already moving inside of the keep out sphere now. So again, just a reminder, that keep out sphere, an area about 200 meters around the International Space Station. It's an imaginary circle. And before you enter that keep out sphere, your spacecraft has to be safe to not go into it for at least 4 orbits. We're now going to break that rule, basically, and go inside of the keep out sphere as we get closer to docking.
This diagram you're seeing on your screen right here is you can see the International Space Station and the Dragon. Right now, this is the blue line you can see is sort of a free return trajectory, or if no further propellant was used, no further activation of the thrusters on board Dragon, where its path would take it. As Dan was saying, inside the keep out sphere, you need to make sure that your maneuvers are going to not in any way conflict with the International Space Station. And you can see that were Dragon to not touch any of its thrusters, it would just naturally fly away because of the orbital dynamics involved. However, Dragon is going to fire its thrusters to change that ever so slightly as it gets closer to waypoint 1. And you can see waypoint 1 is actually there are 2 gray dots just to the left of the International Space Station within those gray lines. You can see that blue line is intersecting waypoint 1, and we're getting closer to it.
And so this is our first view from the camera on Dragon. So this is a forward view, so right on the end of the nose, well, right where the nose cone used to be, no longer covering it, but right by the docking port for the Dragon spacecraft. So that's actually a view back at the International Space Station. Those white ribbons that you're looking at are radiators on board the station. Those are used to get rid of all the heat generated by the electronics and all the various systems on board. You are in the vacuum of space, so you have to have a means to do it. You can't just have convection like we do down here on planet Earth. But so Dragon now, or the station in the sights of Dragon, it's getting closer. We're moving to that waypoint. And again, just as a reminder, there's going to be some demonstrations coming up.
Dragon is currently making its way towards waypoint 1. Once it gets to waypoint 1, it'll begin going towards waypoint 2. That is going from 150 meters away from the docking port towards 20. However, before it gets there, it will be commanded to retreat and push back to 180 meters away from the station. This is all going to be happening within the general vicinity of what we call the V-bar, like I was just explaining before. That is a line coming directly out of the docking adapter and headed towards the direction that the International Space Station is orbiting.
Yeah, and obviously, so these demos will happen on this mission, as this is the first demonstration mission. We won't be doing something like this in Demo 2 when Doug and Bob are on board the spacecraft, as they're going to be flying right in for that docking. But there's been a bunch of demonstrations that Dragon has conducted throughout its flight already in the last 24 hours, doing the initial firings of those thrusters on the front end of the Dragon spacecraft, just getting it ready to conduct that retreat test that we're going to be seeing in a little while once it arrives, a little after it arrives at waypoint 1. They've been testing out the GPS systems, a number of different systems on board the Internationals, or on board Dragon. For now, though, let's run over to Johnson Space Center in Houston real quick, see how things are going inside there in the room as they're monitoring systems on the station and getting ready to receive a Dragon.
Copy, switching to 1.
Thanks, Dan. You might be able to hear some of the space-to-ground communication that are coming from this room. Again, Leslie Ringo, Capcom, filtering the information to the crew. Right now, they are receiving telemetry from the Dragon. This is where they're monitoring from, is the cupola workstation at the I guess you can say the bottom or the Earth-facing side of the station. Provides a great view as the Dragon approaches from the bottom up through the keep-out sphere to waypoint 1, coming up here very soon. You guys mentioned it's a relatively slow rate that the Dragon is approaching. I can see the telemetry now. We're looking at a rate of just about 0.12 meters per second. That's how slow this thing is going. But slow and steady is the way to go when it comes to a docking maneuver such as this. Right now, we're just under 300 meters away from the station. Good reports from the crew. Everything's looking good on the station side, and we're receiving telemetry from Dragon. And again, we'll work through those procedures until we get to the point where we're ready to send some of those commands that you guys are talking about. In the meantime, we'll go back to you to get the latest on some of the next milestones here coming up for Dragon on its approach to the International Space Station.
Thanks so much, Gary. Yeah, it's great to see all the excitement over there. We're obviously very excited over here as Dragon gets closer to its waypoint 1. Again, Dragon's getting pretty close. We said 300 meters away. We are going all the way into 150 meters away, directly on the line of the International Docking Adapter.
Yeah, so pretty soon this camera going to be looking right down the barrel of that V-bar, and it's going to be looking right at the docking port, and it's going to be docking to the International Docking Adapter. And so here's actually a heads-up display on that camera, and when we lock in signal, we'll be able to use that. But that's actually representative of some of the displays that they'll have on board the Dragon spacecraft to actually approach and dock once there are crew members on board. But again, it's going to be docking to the International Docking Adapter. This is going to be the first time this docking adapter has ever been used. It was also delivered on a Dragon spacecraft, the cargo version, a couple of years ago, and has been attached to the very front of the station on something called a pressurized mating adapter, which is attached to Node 2 or the Harmony module on the very front. So that's where docking is going to be honing in on, and docking in just a little while from now. We are well ahead of our timeline so far. Originally, we were tracking to have this initial contact and capture between Dragon at about 3 a.m. local time here in Hawthorne, but they've been about 15 minutes or so just kind of flying through the milestones. So we should be early today, but I don't want to jinx it.
Always great to see when things are going so well that we're ahead of schedule. Right now, you did see on your screen that heads-up display. That's actually what the Dragon astronauts will be using in the future. We are watching from the ground, obviously, so depending on the signal condition of Dragon to the ground, we sometimes get video from it. Right now, we do have video, but depending on where our ground stations are and where Dragon is, we're not always getting the video. Of course, on the Dragon capsule, for the astronauts sitting on board, they will have that video and be able to use that heads-up display to see exactly where they're heading, make sure they're on course towards the International Docking Adapter.
Yeah, and the crew themselves on board the station are going to be using another camera on Dragon for some of the final monitoring during that approach. There's a centerline camera, so kind of right in the center of the hatchway on the Dragon spacecraft, that is feeding its signal directly to a laptop on board the International Space Station. And that's what the crew monitoring are using to actually watch as Dragon approaches. And they're going to use that from waypoint 2, which is only, again, about 20 meters away from the space station, to the final docking point. And they're going to be monitoring that the whole way through, making sure, again, Dragon is lined up correctly with the docking port itself. And they're going to continue that until they're only about 2 meters away from the station. And then we might hear this called out over the space-to-ground loops. You'll hear the command CHOP, which is the crew hands-off point. And that's where the crew won't send any more commands to Dragon. And if they see anything out of spec, it's all up to the Dragon spacecraft itself to then command that abort and then fly away from the station. But right now we are going to hear a go, no go on our side pretty soon for Dragon to get the go-ahead to approach waypoint 2, which is that point only 20 meters away from the station. But again, we'll have those demos in between.
You did mention that centerline camera. It's actually very close to my heart. It's one of the first projects I worked on here at SpaceX. So I'm very excited to see that in action for a live docking. And Dragon right now is using its Draco thrusters to control its approach to the International Space Station. There are 16 in total, with 4 of them positioned around the top where the nose cone is. And those 4 will be used for the retreat command that we're expecting very soon. So like I was saying earlier, this is a diagram of where the Dragon is currently headed. If it was just to not fire any of its thrusters and just keep free floating in space, letting orbital mechanics to kind of take it towards closer towards the International Space Station, that blue line is the free return trajectory. Right now, you can see that blue line intersecting with what the tiny gray dot there. That is waypoint 1. The gray dot to the left of waypoint 1 is actually the retreat hold position. So after we get to waypoint 1 and are commanded to retreat, Dragon will push back towards that the leftmost gray dot. That is the retreat hold spot.
Yeah, and right now we're still just about 10 minutes or so away from that waypoint number 1, which again, it's 150 meters out in front of the International Space Station, right on line with that docking port. So again, just about 10 minutes away until Dragon arrives at that point. So that's going to be another exciting milestone checked off, and the teams are, again, just monitoring all the data on Dragon. They're going to be doing go, no go polls between the teams in Houston and the teams out here in Hawthorne, making sure everything's still looking good on board Dragon systems before they give the go to move in even closer to the space station. Again, we were expecting that initial contact and capture, so that docking essentially to come at about 3 a.m. Pacific time. We are a little bit ahead of schedule. As we've just kind of been burning through all these milestones, everything looking great so far on the vehicle, still not tracking any issues, and everything going smoothly. So again, about 10 minutes away from waypoint number 1.
Just a reminder, waypoint number 1 is at 150 meters away from the International Docking Adapter. That's less than an average city block. Dragon is getting very close at the International Space Station. You can see some intermittent views here from Dragon's transmission to the ground. Looks like the space station has come around into the light. Looks pretty beautiful. We will get even more detailed pictures of that as the Dragon gets closer and closer to the forward port that it's about to dock with. Right here you can see the overlay that the crew would be seeing if they were inside Dragon right now. There is a little green dot in the very center. That's currently tracking the docking port, and if Dragon tilts away from it, should stay tracked. But right now, since we're getting this in the ground, this would normally be overlaid over the centerline camera. Right now, we're getting this feed from a different camera that's a little bit off-center, so it's not going to be exactly on all the time, but it will simulate what a Dragon astronaut would be seeing if they were in the commander's seat on those touchscreen displays. And as you can see, Dragon and the ISS have both come into the sunlight, and it looks like a beautiful view of that space station, glowing brightly against the backdrop of space.
Yeah, both Dragon and the station right now about 412 kilometers or about 250 statute miles over the Earth's surface. They're just flying over the very eastern part of Canada, and they're about to cross over the North Atlantic Ocean, so they're in that orbital sunrise now. And they're going to continue flying across the northern Atlantic, eventually swinging out over Spain and Africa, and they're going to continue on a southeasterly trajectory flying over the Earth. But for now, we're just waiting for the go, no-go now for moving past waypoint 1, which will be that commanded retreat. Again, the crew kind of getting hands-on with all the operations today. They're going to be commanding the vehicle to retreat. And just hearing we are going to be go for that retreat demo. So again, we're going to get to waypoint 1, just 150 meters in front of the space station, and then it's going to start moving in, and then the crew is going to command a retreat. So they're actually going to send a command using computers on the station to the Dragon spacecraft, and it'll be at about 140 meters, so they'll be a little past waypoint 1, and then Dragon will stop and back away. It'll go back past waypoint 1 out to about 180 meters away from the space station. The crew will then send another command for the vehicle to hold. It'll stop there, teams will look at the data, and then once everything looks good, the ground will send another command for Dragon to resume, and the next waypoint will be waypoint number 2, only 20 meters away.
So right now we're just waiting for the crew on board the space station to send the retreat command to the Dragon once it hits waypoint 1. Just want to talk a little bit about right now how Dragon receives those commands. I actually was lucky enough to work on the communication side of Dragon during my first few years at SpaceX. Dragon is capable of receiving commands directly from the space station. It's also capable of receiving commands directly from the ground and through NASA's TDRS satellites, the tracking data relay satellites that are currently in orbit above the Earth. Right now, for this retreat command, they're going to be using the C2V2 system. That's the Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. That provides a link for communications and data directly from the visiting vehicle, which in this case is the Dragon 2, to the International Space Station. And once we're safely at waypoint 1 and get that call for a go for the retreat commands, they will be using the computers inside the ISS over that link to send a command to Dragon. They did test that link with turning on that light, like we said earlier, so we know it's working pretty well right now, and hopefully the retreat command will hear that call out soon.
Yeah, and just before we lost signal, you were getting some great views from a high-definition camera on board the International Space Station. Those will be back up shortly, and those cameras are actually right on the very end of the docking port where Dragon's ultimately going to be flying to. So right next to that international docking adapter on the front end of the station connected to the Harmony module. And so they're going to provide really great views once the Dragon spacecraft is done and it's at waypoint 1. which again, just about 150 meters away from the space station. We're going to get some great views back from Station of Dragon. Still getting some pretty cool views from that camera on the center line. It's getting close.
The video is just a little bit intermittent, but when we do get those great views from Dragon, you're now just being able to make out the features of the International Docking Adapter just a little bit to the left of center. That is where we'll be headed, and it'll be coming into even clearer view as Dragon gets closer. Right now, it's still only about, it's approaching 150 meters away from the station. When we get close into 20 meters, which is waypoint 1, that docking adapter will be in full view, and we'll be able to see the details of the International Docking Adapter, its pedals and everything. We'll be able to explain how the docking system is going to work.
Yeah, but a great view of the station. So right in the center of the crosshair right now, that's actually the Japanese module Kibo. Just to give you a little walkthrough of what you're looking at on the station, just to the left of the crosshair is that International Docking Adapter. You can see the station's robotic arm, that thin white line just beneath it, which that arm was actually used to do a survey of the docking adapter a couple of days ago, just in advance of this mission. To the left of that is the Columbus module, which is the European module, has a lot of life support and life sciences research hardware inside. And then the docking adapter itself is connected to Node 2, which is the Harmony module, and that's where the crew is going to open up a hatch on that side, and then they'll open up the hatch on Dragon itself after we have this successful docking. All right, and we just heard confirmation that Dragon is now inside of the Keep Out Sphere. Now again, the Keep Out Sphere is an imaginary circle around the International Space Station of about 200 meters. And this is just there to help govern any of the flight paths for vehicles ultimately approaching the International Space Station. So we're inside 200 meters. Again, it's going to continue approaching until it's just 150 meters away. And then shortly after we get to waypoint 1, the crew is going to send Dragon a retreat command. So once it actually closes in just 10 more meters past waypoint 1, gets to 140, they're going to send a command, and Dragon is going to slowly back away. And this is just to demonstrate Dragon's ability to perform a controlled maneuver like braking and retreating, and just also demonstrating the crew's ability to command Dragon, as again they're in the loop the whole way up. They're monitoring. They're using displays on board that have kind of a little corridor that Dragon's going to be flying through, and they're just looking for any perturbations in Dragon's approach to the space station, both its attitude, kind of where it is on the center line, and everything like that. So all that coming up real soon. Obviously very important to demonstrate that Dragon can do these maneuvers, as once there are people on board, we'll want to make sure the Dragon's fully functional, so that's why we're doing this demo mission now.
It's important to note these systems, these tests utilize all of the systems in sort of like a round trip way. It's a very thorough test of all the systems aboard Dragon and the space station, both from the ability of the crews to use their equipment on the station to send the command over that link to the Dragon, have the Dragon receive it, have the flight computers process those commands, and then send individual commands to the Draco thrusters all around the Dragon. This really is a thorough test to make sure that when we have people on board this spacecraft, that everything's going to go the way we think it does, and that's the whole point of this mission, really.
Yeah. All right, we should be less than a minute to waypoint 1.
Just a reminder, that Keep Out Sphere that we just crossed is about 200 meters away from the station in all directions, about the length of a city block, and waypoint 1 is only 150 meters away. So we're just cruising in on those last 50 meters to waypoint 1. And the space station continuing to come into higher and higher resolution view. Again, this is a camera from this Dragon spacecraft looking at the ISS.
All right, and we just heard the conversation there from Ann McClain back down to Houston. So we're past waypoint number 1, and the retreat command has been sent. So we're actually going to see Dragon kind of stop here. And it was at 140 meters roughly when that retreat command was sent. So now Dragon's going to back away. And then the crew's actually going to send another command for Dragon to hold. And that'll be when it's about 180 meters away. And then once it gets to that hold point, they'll do another check out of Dragon systems, and then it's over to the teams behind us here at MCCX in Hawthorne to send another command to Dragon to actually begin its final approach towards the International Space Station. Well, almost final.
Almost.
I keep saying final. We're ready for it to be final, but that'll bring it into waypoint 2.
Dragon's currently using its 16 total Draco thrusters. These are thrusters that burn a combination of hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. These are hypergolic fuels that Dragon has in its tanks. There are 16 total, grouped into pods of 4 sets of 3 around the base of the cone of Dragon, and then a set of 4 right up near the nose cone. Dragon approaches the space station with the nose cone pointed towards the ISS. So when it's given this retreat command, it uses those 4 thrusters at the very top to turn on and thrust, and pushes it back away from the station. So like Dan said, we're actually going to see the space station slightly drift further and further away. Dragon, when it was given the retreat command, will be headed towards the command hold point at 180 meters. Again, still on the V-bar of the station.
And we did hear the confirmation that the retreat is in progress. So Dragon, again, slowly backing away. And the Capcom over in Houston did radio up to Ann McClain on one of the space-to-ground loops for them to, again, send that hold command at 180 meters. So that's the next milestone that we're going to be looking for.
A really interesting thing on this heads-up display in the bottom left-hand corner, you can actually see a diagram of the Draco thrusters on the Dragon spacecraft, and every time they light up, that's one of those Dracos firing and adding thrust and changing the direction of Dragon.
And we're hearing on our end that was a successful retreat demo. So we're moving along real smoothly again. So the next thing is waiting to make sure that we had that hold command sent from the crew on board the station, but successful retreat demo.
As now the second successful retreat that you and I have experienced live, Dan.
That is right. This one was planned, though.
Yes.
All right, so at this point, Dragon is just about 180 meters or so away from the International Space Station, and that camera still, it's just moving in a straight line directly across from that international docking adapter, which now that the retreat demo has been completed, it's going to start moving its way back towards the International Space Station, and we're going to move into waypoint 2, at which point it's going to hold, and it will only be 20 meters away from the station.
Just a reminder that what you're seeing right now is a simulated view of what you would see if you were inside the Dragon right now on those screens. That's an overlay on top of the forward media cam of the Dragon that looks directly down out where the nose cone is unhinged and open. So right now you're seeing a view from the high-definition camera on the International Space Station. We can't see the Dragon right now, but it is out there. And when it gets a little closer towards waypoint 2, you will not be able to miss it. It'll be only 20 meters away.
Yeah, and so right now, Dragon is still retreating a little bit further away from the station. It's getting out to about 180 meters, and once it hits that, the crew will send the hold command, and then they'll just kind of let Dragon sit there for a little bit. And you can see in this diagram, again, with those approach corridors and other things, that the crew's carefully monitoring, just making sure Dragon's kind of staying online with everything. Once it gets out to 180 meters, they're going to command that hold, and then we'll sit there for a little bit, and then it's over to the flight controllers here in Hawthorne to command Dragon to begin its approach towards waypoint 2.
Waypoint 2 is that gray dot that's in the very, very close to the International Space Station, the diagram you're seeing on your screen right now. Just to give you an idea of the scale of the distances we're seeing. And on your screen, you can see the Draco thrusters firing of that Dragon. Right now, it's a little bright. The contrast is a little off, but you can see every time one of those Draco thrusters fires, you can see its exhaust gases spewing away from the Dragon. It's a great view right there.
It is. It's great to get some views from the station side of Dragon, yeah. And hopefully once it gets in close, we'll get some views from those cameras right on the end of the docking adapter. But it's always cool to see the thrusters fire in space too. Look at them go.
Reminder that Dragon is a totally autonomous vehicle. It's station keeping, it's holding its position all by itself right now. Those are all the Dragon flight computers making minute adjustments whenever it feels it needs to stay pointed and in the right position.
And we got an update. Dragon now about 160 meters away from the station, so still moving back. Again, slow and steady wins the race with everything today. We're just trying to make sure everything works. But continuing to back away, we're at 160 again. We're going out to 180, and then the crew should be sending a hold command to the spacecraft. And it sounds like the rate of opening, or basically how quickly Dragon's flying away from the station, is only about 0.8 meters per second. So
slow and steady wins the race.
Slow and steady.
Now that we're in the sun, Dragon is charging up its internal batteries with its body-mounted solar panels on the trunk. On your screen right now, you can see a side-by-side view of two camera views. One on the left is from the International Space Station looking at the Dragon, and when it comes back, the one on the left, or the one on the right, is from the Dragon looking at the ISS. Two spacecraft looking at each other. It's a little hard to make out here, but in this view you can actually see the nose cone hinged open. In the previous cargo Dragon, the nose cone was jettisoned shortly after launch, but this, in an effort to make the spacecraft as reusable as possible, the nose cone is actually hinged and it opens up onto the side. You can see the nose cone. It's sort of like a dome hanging off the top of Dragon in its open position. After being attached to the station and after it separates, it'll close that nose cone on its way back down to Earth after its mission attached to the space station is completed.
All right, we just passed 170 meters away, so just a little under 10 meters to go. And the crew is going to be sending a command once more to Dragon. They're going to command it to hold, so it'll camp out there at 180 meters. And then right now, in the meantime, the teams in Houston and in Hawthorne are getting ready to do a go, no-go for the actual approach into waypoint number 2, which will bring Dragon even closer.
Hold command sent. Copy.
And McLean sending the hold command.
Houston, the vehicle mode is hold. Copy, hold. Range 181.
And you just heard it. Dragon is currently holding out at the command hold point at 180 meters away from the space station, hanging out, waiting for the command to approach.
Transition to the lab and monitor hold per block Charlie, line 3, and 1.102 Dragon approach and retreat monitoring. Also at this time, we need the lab forward hatch closed, and you will need to bring up space to ground 1 on the in the lab ATUs.
Houston station copies, transition in process.
And with that hold being successful, it looks like we are about 15 minutes ahead on the timeline still. So we were expecting that initial contact and capture to be at about 3 a.m. Pacific. So now could be 2:45 a.m. Pacific. We'll keep an eye on the timeline and everything, but moving very smoothly through all of the operations today. If you're just now joining us, Crew Dragon right there, only 180 meters away from the International Space Station, getting a great zoom in now, and pretty soon it's going to be zooming itself towards the International Space Station. It's been a smooth day so far. We started a couple of kilometers away, moved into waypoint 0 inside of the approach ellipsoid. At that point it was only 400 meters away from the space station, and it flew up and around into the front portion of the station, looking right down the barrel of the docking adapter where it now sits. We went past waypoint 1, which is 150 meters away. We had a successful retreat demonstration with the crew sending the command. It retreated out to 180 meters where it now sits, thanks to a successful hold command and demonstration from the crew.
As Dan said, we were expecting a contact at about 3 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. Excuse me. We will have sunlight until about 2:45 a.m. Pacific time. So if we are 15 minutes ahead of schedule, we may even get some great sunlight views of the Dragon within waypoint 2, which again, 20 meters away from the space station, we'll be able to see all the features of that SpaceX docking system.
And so for right now, Dragon's just going to continue holding at about 180 meters away from the station. Again, the team's now looking at all the data, how Dragon's systems have been performing so far, and once everybody's comfortable and they do one more go, no-go poll, Dragon's going to resume its approach, and it's going to fly into waypoint 2, and at that point, it's only going to be 20 meters away from station.
And we copy.
And for those of you just joining us, we are watching a live view from the International Space Station looking towards the Dragon spacecraft, currently holding at only 180 meters away.
Station Houston and
station for step 6. All video and overlays look nominal. Prop age is less than 1. All status fields are showing expected status.
And we copy.
What you're seeing on your screen right now is what the overlay that the astronauts in the ISS are seeing. This is actually from the centerline camera on board the Dragon, and you're seeing the docking system overlay that if you were on the International Space Station looking at that laptop, you'd be able to see the Dragon approaching and getting closer and closer to the International Docking Adapter.
To resume the approach.
And we copy.
So NASA astronaut Anne McClain radioing they're ready on board the International Space Station for Dragon to resume its approach. So now the teams down here on the ground will kind of check the final boxes, do the go, no-go poll amongst everybody out at the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston. The teams here in Hawthorne and the Dragon will be able to resume its approach. So again, we're just 180 meters away right now. Eventually going to be flying in shortly to a spot just 20 meters away from station. But with that hold demonstration now complete, that actually just means there's one more demo planned for this flight. So far, Dragon obviously conducted a successful launch yesterday to bring it into its initial orbit, and then the Dragon spacecraft has conducted a series of demonstrations on its way to the space station. And that included checking out the GPS unit multiple times, 2 different times, both checking its own GPS coordinates against ground models down on Earth, and also checking them against the GPS on board the International Space Station. Just about 2 hours after the launch, it did a demo of its Draco thrusters using 2 thrusters on the front of Dragon just to do 2 burns to simulate abort capability. And then it's done all of these demonstrations so far. The crew initially turning on a blinking light just to make sure they could command the vehicle, and then just executing this retreat and hold demonstration. There's one more that's going to be called the controllability, where they're actually going to set the speed of the vehicle just to mimic docking, just for a short period of time as they go back past waypoint number 1, which is 150 miles away, or meters away. Meanwhile, the team's right now conducting that final go, no-go poll at the hold point, at which point they're going to get ready to resume the approach, move past waypoint 1 down to waypoint 2, and only be 20 meters away.
You just heard that it sounds like Dragon is... Oh, still waiting. So we are hearing that Dragon has been cleared to do the approach towards waypoint 2. That is, again, only 20 meters away from the International Docking Adapter.
Station Houston on 1, Dragon is resuming approach to waypoint 2. Monitor per step 7 in 1.102. Dragon approach and retreat monitor.
Dragon is currently resuming its approach towards waypoint 2. Again, after that commanded retreat, it went back out to 180, maybe 170, 180 meters away, was commanded to hold, and it has just been given the go-ahead to re-approach back to waypoint 2.
That's right. The teams here in Hawthorne giving the command to Dragon, so it's once more on that approach. And again, everything is going to be really slow on this approach, closing in at a rate of just about 1/10 of a meter per second or so. They are going to slow down speeds to just about the docking speeds once they pass waypoint 1 in one final demonstration. But we are on the way now towards waypoint 2, so Dragon's going to start closing in.
In station range 164.
See a little bit more clearly now. That's the nose cone of Dragon that's currently open. Again, hinged and opened up on the sort of top side of Dragon from this view right here from the International Space Station.
And you'll hear Anne McClain, the NASA astronaut on board, radioing down on the space grounds as she and David St. Jacques have been monitoring and commanding the vehicle throughout all the operations today. Dragon, once it gets to waypoint 2, it's going to stop. The teams in the meanwhile are going to be conducting a go, no-go for docking So that's the final go, no go poll that we'll do today, and that's the one that's going to get us really excited, because then it's time for Dragon to actually dock to the space station. Dragon's going to make that initial soft contact using the adapter's soft capture ring, which is then going to retract to bring Dragon in for the hard capture sequence. And that's where a series of hooks will actually close in to really tightly secure Dragon to that international docking adapter. As a further precaution, Dragon's soft capture system has a set of rotary spring dampeners just to lessen the force of that contact between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. One interesting note, though, unlike Soyuz dockings, where the Soyuz spacecraft and the space station go into free drift, so all the thrusters, all the attitude goes off just to lessen any of that force between the spacecraft's docking mechanisms. It's not going to happen for Dragon. Both it and the International Docking Adapter are robust enough that the station's going to remain in attitude control. That's at least that's a preferred means of controlling the station, obviously, for the flight control teams, just so they can continue to keep the station in its right attitude. So that will be a notable departure from what we see for Soyuz dockings for this one.
That is right. NASA developed along with the International Docking Adapter, they had developed the International Docking System Specification, which is then used by SpaceX and other visiting vehicles to develop their docking systems on board the spacecraft. SpaceX has developed the SpaceX docking system, which is a little bit different than other types of docking systems. It actually uses those passive springs that Dan was just mentioning. The soft capture ring, we actually might be able to see it very soon as Dragon gets closer and closer, is a ring about maybe 2 or 3 feet wide. It's about the same diameter as the hatch, and it has 3 pedals positioned at about 120 degrees apart from each other. The International Docking Adapter also has these pedals. It's what we call an androgynous docking system, so the pedals can interleave together as we get closer and closer to contact. That contact will be sensed as soon as the soft capture ring gets close enough to actually latch into the opposing pedals of the International Docking Adapter. There are buttons all around the inside of those soft capture ring pedals, and as soon as they're compressed, that's when we'll know. We'll have a signal from our telemetry saying that contact has been made, and at that point the latching pawls on all those pedals will have engaged, and Dragon will be caught by the docking adapter. That is just what we call soft capture. It's actually not the full docking mechanism. So soft capture just means that soft docking ring has made contact with the station. The soft capture ring has 6 arms in a hexapod configuration attached to those springs. Once the springs have dampened out any additional maneuvers between the station and the Dragon, it'll then retract, bringing the Dragon closer and closer to the station in for hard capture. That's when we have 12 docking hooks, hard capture hooks, that will activate from the Dragon side and grab onto hooks on the International Docking Adapter side. And when that happens, that's when hard capture has occurred.
Yeah, and
this will all make a little bit more sense when we can get a better view of the docking adapter on the Dragon as it gets a little bit closer. Right now we are approaching towards waypoint 2.
And we are just a couple of minutes away. We just heard Anne McClain radio down that we're inside of 100 meters.
Copy all.
There we go, getting a good call again from Anne McClain on the space to grounds. Everything looking good so far with Dragon's approach. We're about 80 meters or so away from the station, so only about 60 meters to go until we're going to get to that final waypoint for this evening, morning, whatever time of day it is today. And then it's going to hold at 20 meters. And right now the teams are going around doing their final go, no go for docking. So after we get to that final hold point at waypoint 2, it'll be time to move in and use that docking adapter for the very first time.
And we here at SpaceX are so excited to see these systems. They've been tested hundreds of times in conjunction with NASA. There's actually a docking system simulator that we've used to make sure that these mechanisms will work ahead of time. And everything looks really good so far. We're just so excited to see these things happening in space for the first time.
I'm getting the views back from the cameras on Dragon itself. Again, you can see that docking adapter coming into view. It's not going to be directly in the center line, as this is actually a separate camera. The center line camera being fed to the crew members on board the International Space Station. That's why it might look a little off center. from the heads-up display that you can see on the screen when we have it up. But everything looking good. Again, on board the station, 2 astronauts, Canadian David St. Jacques and NASA astronaut Anne McLean, inside monitoring the vehicle. You'll hear them refer to the RPOP, which is the Rendezvous Proximity Operations Program. That's just the name of the program that they're using on a laptop inside of the station to actually monitor Dragon. And as they just demonstrated a little while ago, the crew has the ability to send commands to make Dragon hold or retreat or even abort if they see anything that looks a little out of sorts with its approach. But everything going real smoothly so far. We should be just about 2 minutes away.
In the corridor, orientation as expected.
Copy all.
All right, another good call down. We're about 50 meters away so far, so only 30 meters to go, and then we're at waypoint 2.
Once we're given the go-ahead to approach from waypoint 2, the next big calls we're going to be looking out for are that soft capture contact and then hard capture. You can start to see the space station in great detail here. Again, this is from a view of the forward media cam at the top of the Dragon 2 module. Just to reiterate, this camera is not directly on the center line of the docking axis. This is a fantastic view of Dragon in the sunlight from the International Space Station. So normally when we're getting views from the Dragon for this webcast, you're going to be seeing a camera that's not quite on the center line, so it's a little bit off. And it may not look like we're heading directly towards the docking adapter, but if we're lucky enough, we might get some views from the centerline camera in the very center of the hatch from the space station, and you can see us kind of headed on right in. But right now, this is an unbelievable view from the space station. You can see Dragon 2 in full light with its nose cone open, its soft capture ring deployed. You can actually start to see those 3 pedals that I was talking about earlier on that ring, 120 degrees apart. That ring is that are all attached to Dragon by springs. So that will be the first part of Dragon to make contact with the ISS. And when it does, those springs will compress and absorb and dampen any of the relative velocity differences between the space station and Dragon. This soft capture system was actually subjected to extensive testing and the 6 Degree of Freedom Dynamic Test System at NASA Johnson. And this was actually the very same system they used to test other docking systems at NASA.
And we're hearing that Dragon is now at waypoint 2, about 20 meters away from station. So again,
Station
Dragon's
Houston
just
in
going to
1,
hold
20-meter hold confirm. Perform step 8 in 1.102, Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
In station for step 8, we can confirm
really hard to
vehicle
believe that we're
mode
looking
is hold. Minimum range observed was 19.75. Orientation is expected. Vehicles in the corridor and holding at 20. Performing review.
Right now you're seeing a view from that
Thank you.
centerline camera. This is rebroadcast from the International Space Station. So this is what the astronauts on the station are seeing. It looks like it's aligned right and ready to dock. It's what I was saying before. It's sort of unbelievable. This is the same spacecraft that we saw yesterday on top of the Falcon 9 at Kennedy Space Center. And now it's in space just 20 meters away from the International Space Station.
Yeah, and it's all coming to this. It's all coming to that go for docking, which we're going to stand by again. The teams are now going to be doing kind of their final go, no go poll, and then they're going to get the call, and we're going to hear it, and it's going to be Dragon is go for docking. So just 20 meters away, successful hold. I didn't comment earlier, but we did hear that there was a good controllability demo. Again, that was just a demo, just slowing Dragon down to basically mimic the final speeds that it'll be at for docking, and that was also done successfully. So we're going to stand by, continue to get this great view of Dragon, and wait for that final go for docking. All right, and right now we're just continuing to hold. Dragon still just 20 meters away from the space station. And all the teams now just taking a final look at the data. Dragon's moved through all the demos so far without any issues, not tracking any on the spacecraft, and continuing to get some good views as we do have that signal with the International Space Station. So holding at 20, and then we're going to be listening for the final go, no go for docking. Then it'll be time for Dragon to close in.
This is currently a beautiful view of Dragon 2 in full sunlight. Many of us at SpaceX have waited years for this view, approaching the International Space Station. Just a quick note about the features you can see on the Dragon 2 from this view. Obviously, the big structure at the top is the nose cone in its retracted position. It rotates away from its stowed position for launch and back towards where it is right now for docking and orbital operations. You can also see that soft capture ring. Right now, it's deployed and out in front of the hatch. A bit tough to see the distance between the soft capture ring and the hatch, but it's standing off just a little bit and ready to make contact with the International Docking Adapter.
In station, crew is ready for docking.
Those 4 Draco thrusters around the hatch.
And we copy.
And we just heard Anne McLean report the crew is ready for
And
docking.
we're currently assessing lighting.
And that call back from the Capcom in Houston, Leslie Ringo, just the teams looking at the lighting. As Tom mentioned a little while ago, the sun is expected to set in about 12 minutes on the station and Dragon, so they'll be heading into an orbital nighttime. So I think they just want to make sure they have all the right conditions for the final approach and docking of this spacecraft. Again, the crew's going to be monitoring, and they're using that centerline camera now to monitor primarily from that 20-meter point all the way in. They're going to continue to be in the loop all the way up until just 2 meters away, and then we might hear a call out over the space to grounds CHOP, which stands for crew hands off point. And that just means everything at that point is in the hands of Dragon and the space station, including abort commands.
One important thing to remember here, and this sort of just blows my mind every time I stop and think about it, is Dragon looks like it's perfectly still with respect to the space station, and it is, but both the space station and Dragon are moving at 17,500 miles per hour in orbit around the Earth. The orbital mechanics and math required to line these 2 spacecraft up together is just sort of mind-boggling, and it's always impressive to see it happen in real time like this.
And Station Houston on 1. While we're holding here, please command the docking light to on, ON.
Copy, commanding docking light on.
And so the crew's going to command the docking light on Dragon.
And we copy.
And there we hear confirmation that the command's been sent. Again, this is what the astronauts on board are looking at right now. This is that centerline camera that they're using to watch as Dragon makes that final approach. The team's all looking at systems, and they're also looking at the communication coverage between here and the International Space Station. They do want to make sure we have a good signal for that final approach and docking. So we might be standing by for a couple of minutes. Dragon able to dock in daytime or nighttime. That is not going to matter for today's operations, but they are going to be looking to make sure we have a strong signal, and we might have a short dropout coming up in just a couple of minutes. So we're going to stand by. Dragon's continuing to hold at just 20 meters away.
mentioned that docking light being turned on. This is special for me, even in particular, having worked on both the communication system between the Dragon and the space station, and also on that centerline camera module, which has the LED that they were talking about. I spent months at SpaceX with a unit of that on my desk, testing that LED, and to see it happening in space is truly extraordinary.
I was going to ask. So Tom basically built the spacecraft. What is it? What is it like to see it sitting there? It looks unreal.
For me and everyone else at SpaceX that has poured their life force into this vehicle for the past how many years, it's unbelievable to see this thing flying for real. Like I said before, it's kind of wild to see this just 24, 27 hours ago on top of a Falcon 9 and now in space. It's sort of just a dream come true, is what I'd say.
And you can see the shadows starting to creep along Dragon again. We are going to be heading into that orbital nighttime shortly, as both Dragon and the International Space Station flying over the Indian Ocean right now. They're actually a couple hundred miles south of Australia, right between Australia and Antarctica. And pretty soon they're going to be crossing the Terminator line. That's the line separating night from day on the Earth's surface. And so things are going to get a little bit darker, but that's why we heard the crew get the call to turn the docking light on.
Sunset so that we have a good view of the backplate.
Mission copies.
And you just heard that call up to the station. So they are going to wait until sunset, until they resume that final approach, and then sunset is scheduled to come in just about 7 minutes from now at 45 after the hour. So we're going to stand by, continue to get these views of Dragons. We're going to lose signal for a couple of minutes shortly, and then that's going to lock back up right as the sun's going down, and then we'll be ready to move Dragon in from that 20-meter hold point to the docking. We're almost at docking.
There. So don't go anywhere. We're going to hold for just a few minutes. Sunset is expected at 2:45 a.m. Pacific time. So as soon as that happens, we'll be able to continue with the docking. Stand by.
Houston on 1, stand by as Dragon is about to resume approach.
Station copies.
And we just heard the call up to the International Space Station crew. Dragon is go for approach. You can hardly see the thrusters firing, so it's leaving that waypoint number 2 where it's been sitting at 20 meters away. Now it's time for the final docking.
At 20 meters, Dragon was just spitting distance away from that international docking adapter. Now it is closing those 20 meters in preparation for soft capture. So right now it is orbital nighttime, so the light you're seeing is both light from the International Space Station pointed at Dragon, and then the docking light, which is the bright spot in the center of Dragon's hatch you can see right now. Right now, Dragon's flight computer is using those Draco thrusters, as you can see them firing on your screen to
Station Houston on 1, Dragon is resuming approach and is go for docking. Monitor per steps 9 and 10 in 1.102. Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Station copies. Vehicle mode is approach to docking port. Primary range is decreasing. Vehicle is centered.
Copy all.
And getting good reports from Anne McClain there on board the International Space Station. Dragon is approaching, everything in on the center, and still looking good. So the crew is using that centerline camera on the Dragon spacecraft just to do all of their final monitoring of the vehicle. This camera a little off center. This is not the one the crew's using, but this is one that we have. But you can see now that international docking adapter. It's attached to a larger black piece of the station. That's a pressurized mating adapter, which is then attached to actually one of the modules, which is known as Node 2 and the Harmony. It's the Harmony module. So Dragon continuing to close in. It's expected to take just about 5 minutes or so, and there's a great side-by-side look. One view on your left from Dragon, one view on your right from the International Space Station.
On the view on the left from Dragon looking at the space station, we can finally see those details of the international docking adapter. The IDA is a passive system, and the Dragon contains all the active components of that docking system. You can actually see those androgynous petals, those 3 petals that are kind of sticking at 120 degrees apart from each other on the IDA on the left-hand side. In the very middle is actually a visual docking target that the astronauts can use to judge whether or not the Dragon is right on course. It has a little stick that comes off from the center of it, so you can see the stick's shadow and determine whether or not you're directly on center in all 3 axes. Like Dan said, this camera view on the left from Dragon is not the centerline camera. It's actually the forward media cam.
Range is 9.5 and decreasing. Vehicle is centered. Largest excursion observed is less than half a meter. And less than half a degree.
Copy.
All right, we're inside 10 meters. Halfway there.
Like I was saying, this camera view right here is just a little bit off center from the center line, so it may look like we're not approaching that IDA directly head on, just because the camera's not in the right position, but the crew has that center line camera, which is directly dead on, and as long as we keep hearing these good callouts, it sounds like Dragon is dead right where it needs to be. And there it is, there's that center line camera view that the crew in the International Space Station is using. They use the overlays to figure out, and that visual docking guide right there to make sure that Dragon is exactly where it needs to be as it approaches. On the right-hand side, you can start to see the mechanisms of the SpaceX docking system aboard the Dragon. The very first part of Dragon that will make contact with the ISS is that soft capture ring. You can see it's extended forward from the hatch of the Dragon right now. As soon as those pedals make contact, latching pawls will engage and hold the pedals against the opposite ones on the IDA, and contact pins will depress, and we should hear the call out for soft capture achieved.
Crew hands off point.
Copy.
All right, so we're at that crew hands-off point. That means we're about 2 meters away. Crew no longer sending commands. Dragon doing everything on its own.
Soft capture confirmed.
Mission confirms.
You can hear the cheers behind us at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. We have confirmation of a soft capture of the Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station. You can see in your view the Dragon still moving around a little bit. That's the soft capture ring is attached to Dragon by way of 6 arms that are all attached to springs that help dampen the motion, the difference in the relative velocities between the Dragon and the space station. This is unbelievable news for everyone here at SpaceX and at NASA.
Yeah, that capture, that docking coming at 2:51 a.m. Pacific, 5:51 a.m. over on the East Coast. As the International Space Station and Dragon were flying just about 260 statute miles over planet Earth, just north of New Zealand. So
Ring
Dragon
reflection in
now
progress.
docked. Well,
we're not quite there yet.
not quite there yet.
We've achieved soft capture, which is what the call you heard. So the next step is going to be hard capture. Hard capture is achieved via 12 latching hooks that are all around the inside of the Dragon hatch. And they'll actuate and grab onto hooks on the other side and pull and hold the Dragon tight against the ISS.
That's right. This whole process expected to take about 15 minutes. So first that soft capture ring is going to retract, and then the hard capture sequence can begin its process. That'll take about 12 minutes. And then there are 2 umbilicals that will actually get mated to the Dragon spacecraft from the station, and that is to provide power and data to the spacecraft and transfer that over to the station. And at that point, it will be fully attached and ready to stay for the next 5 days. So again, that capture coming at 2:51 a.m. Pacific time, 5:51 a.m. over on the East Coast, as the Dragon and station were flying
Pad
just
39A
north of New
momentarily.
Zealand. So there we go.
I love this
And
view.
you can imagine,
They all look
unbelievable
so excited.
for everyone here that's worked so hard on Dragon and with
Oh, yeah,
NASA.
color
palette here too, with the
you can
white
imagine
of the
that
suits
soft
and the white of the
capture
Teslas. Looks
retraction
great.
sort of like Dragon doing a pull-up.
But I'm curious, we haven't seen a shot of license plates, because a lot of time the Teslas have some kind of a slogan or a saying spelled out on the plates.
Unique to the mission, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they've got anything for this one.
I guess we'll see, because they are now making moves. You can see the support vehicle leading the way with the 2 Tesla vehicles, bringing the Polaris Dawn crew on their way to the launch pad.
This is Coron Countdown.
Oh,
Crew
clear-
transport to the pad is in progress.
We can see music is clearly going on as we got some conducting there momentarily.
Very excited crew heading to the pad here.
Yeah, just like Jesse mentioned, there is still cool nitrox or nitrogen oxygen air mixture flowing into their suits. That's what we saw the suit up team assisting with, helping to plug them in. So helping make sure that everyone stays comfortable in this short ride up to Pad 39A.
Some big smiles there.
They're cruising.
And you could already see the launch pad right there. You could see how close it was. Very short drive. Again, just enough for one song.
Yeah. Now, like we said, the team has performed rehearsals, in fact, a full dress rehearsal where we simulated everything with the launch countdown up to T0. So while the Polaris Dawn crew has put these suits on and has ridden up to the pad in the dark, they've never done it on launch day before. And the feeling of standing next to your spaceship as it, is getting ready to have propellants loaded on board, it just must much be such a different experience. And Jared's feeling it for the second time, so I'm very excited to see his reaction in particular.
I like how he told them, take less stuff. But yeah, I wonder what he's told them about this, because when they walked out of the FSB, when we saw them, and oh, by the way, they were right on time. So schedule's looking good.
Anna,
Dragon and SpaceX.
Yeah.
This
Very
will be
excited. First one
Dragon
out
has
the door.
initiated cabin venting.
I'd be the same.
But yeah, when they came out the FSB, they're on the south side, so they can't see the rocket until they actually start to go up the grade up the pad. So I wonder what their thoughts are as they finally see it all illuminated going, this is it, it's not a rehearsal.
So while we don't have a close-up shot back there, we were just barely able to see the license plates. They say for St. Jude, and they have original artwork from St. Jude patients, which is so cool.
I love that. I love that St. Jude has the patients do a lot of art and they utilize the art.
Yeah. Oh, here's a great view.
Oh, there we go.
Featured on them is actually from St. Jude's patients.
Oh yeah, some thumbs up.
Our commander and pilot have stepped out of their vehicle with some waves and thumbs up.
So you can see the machine there, which provides the cool air in the transport vehicle. The next step will be for them to take a look at their rocket and spaceship, and then they will enter the elevators and take that up to the 255-foot level. After that, they'll take a flight of stairs up the remaining 10 feet to where the crew access arm is located.
Right now you can see there's a team with them helping assist them with anything that the crew needs. Even though these suits are very mobile, we do want to make sure that the crew is able to easily function, and you can see that they're helping with the umbilicals on each suit as they're going to make their way into the elevator and up the crew tower. And some excited waves and smiles there. The crew is going to, they're walking over to be able to check out their vehicle, as Kate was saying. And a little bit of a lean back.
There's a lean back, yeah.
Not quite as much as the IVA suits, but.
It is a bit of a challenge where they are, because they're on the side of the vehicle with the strong back, and that'll recline a little bit.
Countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad.
Yep. And the core keeping track for us on the countdown net, telling us as major events have happened. Again, we're still right on time. But yeah, when they lean back, kind of got an obstructed view of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top, because the strong back kind of is in the way. But that's just the price of coming up on the elevator side.
Oh yeah, they've got a long way to look up. It's over 200 feet to the top of that rocket, so.
Nice moment here to get some photographs with the entire crew in front of their Falcon 9 rocket. Now the Falcon 9 that's flying today is making its 4th trip to space. It previously supported the Crew 8 mission as well as 2 Starlink missions. And the Dragon spacecraft that they'll be flying in is Dragon Resilience, which first flew with the NASA Crew 1 mission and was followed about a year later with the Inspiration 4 mission.
And as we mentioned, this will be Jared's second time not only flying with SpaceX, but also this capsule itself.
Yeah. And we can see there that the first pair, I believe was Anna and Sarah, have entered the elevator. Right about now, they're hitting the button labeled space on that elevator panel. Once again, that goes up to the 255-foot level.
Once they get to that 255-foot level, they will walk up some stairs, and that'll take them to a very traditional telephone. Well, they'll get to make a phone call to whomever they wish, and they'll be able to,
Yeah.
And there they are. They've arrived at the 255-foot level. They've exited the elevator, and we'll see the stairs here momentarily.
A lot of people coming out of that elevator.
Yeah.
And we can see these arrows on the ground marking the direction for emergency egress. So you will notice that they'll give a little wave there some fist bumps. Like we've mentioned, that there's been a lot of training that goes into these missions, and so they have close relationships with the crew members. And speaking of crew members, like we've mentioned before, Jared Isaacman was the commander of the last mission to fly with this Dragon capsule, which was Inspiration 4. The Inspiration 4 crew walked the very same steps that you see the Polaris Dawn crew making now. And they also had an opportunity to make this phone call that we're going to see take place here. So we got a chance to talk with the Inspiration 4 crew. Here's who they decided to talk to for their last phone call before flying to space.
When we got to the top of the launch tower, Jared and I came out of the elevator and went around and up the stairs and had a chance to make that final call with that really old push-button phone. And they still pay the phone bill, so it works. That's great. I chose not to call my wife because we had decided together that we had said our goodbyes after breakfast, and there was no need to kind of repeat that. So what am I going to do to make the most of this moment? Well, I had decided to pay it back towards my friend Kyle, who gave me the seat to begin with. And I was so glad that he kept his phone on. So when I called his number and they dialed it for me, and I picked up the phone and said, "Hey, Kyle, how are you doing?" And he just started cracking up. He was really excited that I gave him a call and said, "What are you calling me for?" And so, well, I figured I'd give you a call before I get launched off this rock. And he I really appreciated that moment. It's another way to include those people that support you along the way. So yeah, I called my friend Kyle, and I think it was the right choice. I hope he appreciated it.
For me, that last phone call before leaving the Earth was something that I knew would be significant. And I'm in a situation where my parents have passed away. I'm divorced. I have no kids. And my first, idea was to talk to somebody who had influenced me, somebody that I looked up to. And so I asked to talk to Michelle Obama. And I was really fortunate that we had connections to be able to make that happen. But that phone call is a personal moment, so nobody else gets to share it. So instead of me having that phone call with Michelle Obama at that moment before leaving the Earth, where it would have been just between me and her, we moved it to the day before, so that my entire crew could have this experience of talking with her, which was the right decision. She was amazing. And then that left me with the opening of like, okay, well, who am I going to talk to? And I talked to my brother Langley, which was really great because I didn't know it at the time, but he has early onset dementia. And so this was very special to have that moment with him.
Well, and all of my kids fell in love with Langley and started calling him Papa Langley, and spent a lot of time with him. He was absolutely fantastic with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I chose to call my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law. And my brother and sister-in-law are actually aerospace engineers. And so they had been such a big part of my journey because after a long day of training, I would be studying and I would call and say, like, what does this mean? And it also really bonded us even more. It was just been such a special journey, all of us together. And then getting to talk to them from the launch pad. I remember my mom just telling me that she was proud of me. And then I just remember hanging up because it's kind of in that moment you shift from the day of launch. There's just so many exciting moments where you're surrounded by people cheering you on. But then after you hang up and you turn towards the rocket, you're just very mission focused. Like, okay, we're doing this now.
What a great way to summarize that. We're doing this now. And here they come down the crew access arm. This is basically their final approach to the Dragon spacecraft. This access arm will lead them into the White Room, which is an environmentally controlled room. Helps keep it environmentally stable for the crew and the spacecraft. All love the heart symbol there.
This is so exciting to see our two SpaceX employees making their way down the crew access arm, getting ready to ingress Dragon.
Yeah, but first, before they do that, they are going to be handed a Sharpie. In fact, it's right there. And they're now going to add their name to quite an esteemed wall of signatures. They're going to sign it next to the X logo, of course, which is for our astronauts that fly with our private missions, next to the NASA meatball for the NASA
Business
astronauts.
Corps on countdown. Crew have arrived at the White Room and expecting ingress imminently.
It's quite incredible just to see the number of signatures around that X. You know, we talked about Inspiration 4, which was only a few years ago, and now here we are with Polaris Dawn, which is our 5th all-civilian mission to space. You know,
Yeah.
so we're just really getting the numbers up in terms of private civilians going to space.
Yeah, I love this. I love this tradition that you get to sign the wall when you get to fly and basically be able to leave a mark at least somewhere right before you lift off to outer space.
And what's also super cool is this process of ingress that we're seeing. You'll notice crew members in the basically their black onesies, the ninja suits, and these are all part of the closeout crew. You can see a tablet there in action. They're following along with our electronic procedures, or EPROCs. And what I think is so cool about this mission in particular is that the 2 women that you see on your screen now are part of the larger space operations team that helped to develop these procedures that the closeout crew are using now. So I think that's such a very cool full circle moment.
Also note in the White Room, you know, it's a FOD, foreign object debris. Make sure there's not anything that you're tracking in. You don't want to bring it into the capsule. And the tablets are an example of that. You know, when I came up in the business, everything in the clean room was still paper. And you'd watch somebody actually using a pencil and eraser and trying to erase something, and then all of the little rubber shavings are going down on the ground. You're going, oh, wait a minute, that kind of violates the concept of no FOD.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. The White Room is actually a clean room environment. So the crew arm is actually pressed up against the Dragon spacecraft to create a seal to make sure that, you know, it's environmentally controlled inside of the crew access arm as well as the White Room before they ingress to prevent, you know, FOD and any exterior weather entering inside the White Room.
This is a great view of the crew access arm in its entirety. We can see that they are now entering the capsule very carefully. There are some protective pieces around the hatch that helps protect the hatch itself, as well as the suits and helmet. We can see now that Jared and Kid have entered the White Room and are about to add their signature. I have a feeling that Kid may have just pointed to Jared's original signature from his Inspiration 4, and I think Jared's probably trying to figure out what to do now.
Yeah, where does he put his second signature? He's our second frequent flyer after MLA. Michael Lopez Alegria, who flew twice on Dragon, and now Jared gets to be a frequent flyer on the same spacecraft that he flew on before with Inspiration 4.
Yep, very cool.
I don't think we have an Air Miles program set up yet, but maybe one day we will.
We gotta work on that, yeah.
So inside the capsule, Sarah and Anna are getting situated in their seats. There is a closeout team member inside the capsule helping them get buckled in with their safety harness. Oh, actually, we can see there now. Our first live view inside Dragon Resilience. Sarah and Anna occupying the window seats, as it were, which is absolutely the seat I would also want if I were flying in Dragon.
And more importantly, mission specialist seats go in because that'll still leave the center line open for when Jared and Kid go on in. So there is kind of an order to how you get into the Dragon spacecraft.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned before, our procedures document all of this down to a T, even down to the fact that the pad preparation crew that arrives in advance of the astronauts, they actually have it in their procedures to make sure there is a Sharpie ready to go in the White Room. So we can see now Scott, or he actually goes by his call sign Kid Poteet, now making his way momentarily, getting a final check for zipper fitment and the finer adjustments of the spacesuit before ingressing into the capsule. Jared waiting so patiently.
Yeah, and the crew is there again to help them. They're also helping check for FOD, but you'll also see them as they ingress to protect their helmets from hitting the hatchway as they enter, making sure they don't damage the suits, making sure they don't hurt themselves while they're entering. And that's what that crew is there for, is to help them with every and anything in preparation to get into their seats and get ready for liftoff.
We can see the suit up, the closeout team there assisting Kidd, make sure he doesn't bump his helmet as he enters. If you're wondering what that green flashing light is, that's actually a hazardous operation indicator used at all of our facilities around Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center. Green means go, as you can see. We will, of course, right about, whenever we have a pad clear period, that status indicator will change to yellow and red, of course.
Yeah, Jesse talked about the clean room, the white room, and the seals around the spacecraft. You get a little bit of a look as Jared gets ready to ingress. But the seals are in place. Later on, we ought to see, they'll retract the seals, and then you can see daylight, or in this case, night, around the spacecraft as we get ready later on to retract the arm. And there goes Jared into Dragon.
The last Polaris Dawn crew member to ingress the Dragon spacecraft.
I can't wait to see an up-close photo of what Jared decided to do with signature number 2. We can see all 4 crew members now in their seats, Sarah and Anna. So just a quick rundown on the far left side of your screen. In seat number 4 is Anna Menon. Then to the right, we have Kidd Poteet, our pilot, followed by Jared Isaacman, our commander. And then on the far right side, Sarah Gillis, now getting strapped into her 5-point safety harness as well. A nice view of the vehicle from the exterior as well as the interior. For those of you that have just recently joined us, this is pad 39A. This is personally my favorite launch pad in the world. It's where many shuttle missions took off, as well as many Apollo missions, including Apollo 11. This is where humans first left for the moon from.
And Kate, as we look at this view, we talked about they went up to the 255-foot level and then 10 feet up and across the arm you see on the right, and now in the capsule. You go back to the shuttle days, just to give you an idea of the size of Falcon 9 with Dragon. Shuttle, they got off at the 195-foot level and then entered the shuttle. So the actual 255 and higher, that pretty much was to give everybody an overview looking down on the entire shuttle stack. So if you wonder how big the Falcon 9 is, it's taller than a space shuttle.
Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's just take a moment to get familiar with the spacecraft that they will call home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew. The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft. This area allows for the transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo. Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk on the left is covered in solar panels, and that provides power to Dragon during flight. The spacecraft is equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space. These engines are as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to the 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos that power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. And just like Falcon 9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the same spacecraft that supported NASA's Crew 1 mission and Inspiration 4. There are a few changes that we've made to Dragon for this mission. In order to accommodate a spacewalk, this is the first Dragon to be outfitted with a Skywalker in place of the Cupola Observation Dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you see there on your screen, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and re-entering the spacecraft during their spacewalk. This Dragon is also carrying Starlink, making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Inside of Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. This terminal will be linked to a new device known as the Plug-and-Placer, which will enable the spacecraft to communicate with Starlink satellites that will be in orbit below Dragon. We're excited to see all of this in action, but Dragon has to get there first. So let's take a look at the rocket that will be taking our crew to space. Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters, or about 215 feet tall, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported two SpaceX Starlink missions. After stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards Earth. First burn is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. And finally, on the first stage, we have the landing burn, which will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. Placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, they're stowed during ascent, and they will deploy just before landing. Moving up the rocket, Falcon 9's second stage. This engine ignites just a few seconds after stage separation and can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine is capable of more than 220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space. At full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American hydrocarbon rocket engine. And let's not forget the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stage to separate during flight. That's also where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, which are at the base of the inner stage, and these help orient the rocket during re-entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages be made just across the aisle. All right, well, we continue to count down here. How are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things continue to go well. We're mostly watching the weather. We're just over T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes. We saw the crew ingress into Dragon less than 15 minutes ago. They're currently in their seats. They're going through the process of settling in. They're getting the tablets stowed, their umbilicals hooked up. They're going over the final preparations with the SpaceX closeout team that's both inside and outside of the Dragon spacecraft. Now, with the umbilicals connected and everyone complete with their initial setups, the SpaceX core, we ought to initiate a communication check with the crew. That'll happen somewhere in the next several minutes. We should hear that over the countdown net. Now, once those comm checks are complete and everybody has checked through Dragon, made sure everything underneath the seats of the crew is clear out of the way, and then the ground team backs away, the crew seats will rotate into a launch position, and then the SpaceX ground team will begin the work to close the hatch. That'll include suit leak checks, closing the hatch, doing hatch leak check, working our way through until what eventually becomes about T-minus 1 hour when everything's buttoned up and the ground support team heads out of the pad area and we count down to launch. Speaking of launch, right now the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9, is in a fairly quiet state. You can see on your screen Falcon 9 Dragon, crew axis arm in position as we're counting down. Not a lot has been happening with Falcon 9 lately. The SpaceX countdown engineers, they'll be conducting some checks as we hit the 2-hour mark. They'll be going over mostly data that's been collected during checkouts over the past 6 hours as we started the master countdown sequence for the launch vehicle. Now, shortly before the T-minus 1 hour point in the countdown, we're going to evaluate conditions again, determine if we are go to continue towards launch. Now, that launch time is currently scheduled for 7 hours, 38 minutes, 5 seconds universal time, or the very early time of 3:38 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. So right now, it is early morning for the SpaceX ground support team, the launch team, as well as the 4 crew members on board the Dragon spacecraft. Now, also at T-minus 1 hour point, we load a small amount of the RP-1 fuel, the kerosene fuel that we use in the Merlin engines. That's a process known as engine bleed-in. The fuel is used to cool the thrust chambers before we burn it in the engine. We want to make sure that those engine walls that have fuel in them prior to engine ignition, which occurs at about T-minus 2 seconds, right before liftoff. Propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes, and then we'll count down to 0, a standard Falcon 9 countdown. But before we get into propellant loading, we'll have a couple extra events. One's going to be the removal of the crew access arm. You can see they're stretched out from the fixed service structure. Nice shots from, I believe, drone or helicopter. And you can see the arm extended out, and right now the support team's at the end of it in the white room. We'll retract the arm. As soon as the arm's out of the way, it takes a couple of minutes, then the crew will arm the launch escape system on board the Dragon spacecraft. That enables the Super Draco thrusters, should we need them, both during the last half hour of the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for umbilical comm checks.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, looking for a comm check from Commander, Pilot, MS-1, and MS-2.
Copy that, SpaceX. Commander, comm check.
Pilot, comm check.
MS-1, comm check. MS-2, comm check.
Core has you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Please report when you are ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. I will report when we are initiating.
As you just saw and heard, the Polaris Dawn crew members inside Dragon, they've completed their umbilical comm checks. There you see a view looking through the hatch into Dragon. You can see some of the crew inside their white suits, and then the black-garbed SpaceX ground support team getting out of the way right now as we get ready for seat rotations. Now, we heard the comm checks. That's umbilical. The spacecraft is hooked up through electrical lines, and that's how they're getting communications up to the crew and back down to the core, the mission director, the launch director. And that comes through umbilicals in their suits. So they've got those hooked up, they've checked out, and so that's the landlines. That's one of the ways that the SpaceX mission and launch teams and crew can talk to each other. Now, once in space, we obviously don't have a long electrical umbilical or any physical connection to Dragon. So instead, to talk to the crew, we use ground stations and NASA's relay satellites. We'll be checking those out a little bit later in the countdown, and we'll bring that to you when that happens. Right now, the crew waving.
Dragon SpaceX, we are beginning seat rotation.
And here comes seat rotation. So the ground team out of the way, you can see the seats rotating into the launch position. This allows them to take the roughly 3.5 to 4 G's acceleration lying back. That makes it a little easier for the heart to pump blood up to the brain without having to fight the acceleration vector as we head up into space. First stage ride, pretty simple, 3.5 G's. Second stage, about the same, a little bit more, but something that's easily tolerated, and of course the crew's been trained on it.
Dragon, seats are in the launch position.
There you go.
SpaceX, we show the same.
Their seats have been rotated upright, and they're rotated from the upright position. They're now in that reclined launch position. That'll also let them more easily see the displays, which are right in front of them, be able to access the displays panels, and of course, as we just talked about, tolerate the acceleration as we head to orbit. Now they're about to begin. Next step is initiating suit leak checks. Make sure the spacesuits are in proper working conditions before liftoff. We want to do that. Then we get into side hatch closure. We've got to make sure the seats are good first, because once we do the hatch closure, then we do a leak check of the entire spacecraft through that hatch. With that successful, as I mentioned, we've got some simple launch escape system checks, mostly just cycling through some conditions. The closeout team will then depart from the pad between T-minus 1.5 hours and 1 hour. And as I mentioned before, once we get through that launch propellant load and go for launch pull, we will then retract the crew arm. We'll tell the crew to close and lock their visors. They'll arm the launch escape system, and then we'll move into propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. The good news right now, T-minus 2 hours, 28 minutes, 35 seconds counting. The view there on the screen from the helicopter showing Falcon 9 and Dragon with the access arm in position. All systems continue to be go. The only thing we're looking at right now is weather. As we get farther into the count, that'll give us a little bit better idea. Currently, the ground winds are looking good. Upper altitude winds are looking good. The big thing we're looking at is just whether or
Dragon,
not...
you are go for 4.100 section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Copy that, SpaceX, stepping into section 2, 4.100.
We're getting really good comms talking to the crew. It's nice to hear, you know, the crew and the ground talking up to them. But as I mentioned, things are going good right now. Weather's the one thing we're looking at. We get a little farther in the count, we'll see whether or not we have thick clouds, whether or not we have an issue with rain showers. Keep fingers crossed. Around the world is ready to support the flight, but we've just got to get the weather. And like I always say, we all like to talk about the weather. We can't do a thing about it.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, John, and that has been such a tricky element of this mission so far is the weather. And it's not just the weather at Florida that we're looking at, it's also weather for where Dragon will splash down in 5 days' time. We have to be sure that we can bring Polaris Dawn back safely within the weather bounds. And so this time of year is a little challenging in that part of the world. And we're really hoping that we can stick it out in terms of the...
Dragon, pair complete. We're ready for leak checks.
All right, sounds like we're going to be stepping into the suit leak checks here momentarily.
Copy. You are go for section 3, suit leak check.
Copy that, SpaceX. Go for section 3.
So these leak checks, you can see that the crew have brought their visors down into the closed position. At this point in time, we're going to inflate the suits to a certain pressure, hold at that pressure for a couple of minutes, and measure the amount of decay or pressure loss over that period of time. Based on our simulations and our rehearsals, the folks on console know the acceptable amount of pressure for these suits. So they're going to basically take this reading and make sure that everything looks good for all 4 crew members. If we see some sort of pressure decay, it might mean that the helmet isn't fully closed or the zippers are not fully zipped shut. So we do this leak check before closing the hatch, just in case if one of those things occur.
And you can see that the suits are starting to inflate. We saw them very mobile without the inflated suits. You'll see them kind of get a little bit more rigidity in those new EVA suits with the pressure inside of them. But still looks like they can move their arms and hands pretty easily so far.
Yeah. So we can see the closeout crew standing by as we execute this suit leak check. Like I mentioned, if the suit leak check doesn't check out for one of the crew members, then one of the closeout team members will go in to assist, make sure that there's no FOD in the visor closure or make sure all the zippers are in the right place.
Kate, it also looks like you see a bright light on the left-hand side of the screen. In anticipation of a successful leak check, I think they're starting to do the close-up inspections of the seal around the hatch. In the past, that sometimes you get even something as small as a human hair trapped in there, and you can detect that. So they're starting to get a quick look just to make sure that the cleaning steps where they may want to pay special attention.
Yeah, that's a great point. The hatch that they are now inspecting is the side hatch. This hatch is only going to be used right now and when the crew returns in about 5 days. The hatch that will be utilized for the spacewalk or the extravehicular activity will be the forward hatch, which is the circular hatch located at the top of Dragon. That is the same hatch that is used in order to dock with the International Space Station. So we're very excited for that spacewalk. It's the first time that any commercial entity has done one, and we're really excited to open that hatch.
And Dragon, we see 4 healthy suits.
You might recognize that voice and that face. That is our fellow webcast host, Shiva, doing his real job as a space operations engineer. He is our crew operations and resource engineer on console tonight.
Some good news there. We got some good suit leak checks, which is very exciting. Next up, they will also do some comms checks to make sure that the umbilicals in their suits are working properly and that they can get communications through all the loops that they're using between the crew and all the supporting teams.
We can see the 2 pilots are now starting to use the screen in the Dragon. I think this is actually one of the coolest things about Dragon is the entire interface that pilots the vehicle, if needed, is actually a touchscreen. And this is, quite a big development since some of the older eras of spaceflight, right, where we would see lots of physical knobs and switches and all kinds of different interfaces. But Dragon has really innovated kind of across the board, and that includes things like our user interface here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point, Atticus. The design teams, when designing not just the suits, but the spacecraft itself.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has performed their final closeout steps. Please proceed to section 4 for side hatch close and report when you are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy that, SpaceX, stepping into section 4.
Yeah, the design team, wanted to build a vehicle that was robust and safe, and so not only did they want to make it function like the a spaceflight vehicle of the future, but also look like one as well. And one glance inside the capsule, and even to this day.
Dragon in section 4.100, we're ready for side hatch closure.
Core copies, ready for side hatch closure.
Even to this day, almost 10 years here, I still get so excited and giddy stepping into a Dragon capsule. It's just so otherworldly in itself.
Well, you think about it. If you've been to the Smithsonian or some of the other museums where the Apollo command modules are from the flights in the late 60s, early 70s, there's about 450 switches in there. So 3 people had to know where everything was. But it also meant that if you were on the left side and your switches were yours, it wasn't like the person in the middle or the right could do the same function. Whereas with the touch panel displays, worst case, your screen goes bad, just use the person's next to you or have You know, in this case, Jared can take Kid or Kid can take Jared's functions over, and vice versa. So you can just shift capabilities back and forth across the screen. So it's something that we didn't have decades ago, even in the shuttle, where they went to glass cockpits partway through the life, but a lot of mechanical switches.
Yeah, John, that's a great point that if you have the mechanical switches, it's a lot harder to, make any updates or be even more flexible. It's almost like those switches are just what they are. Whereas the display screens, you can kind of make whatever updates you need to, pending the hardware of the displays, but a lot more flexibility.
So we saw some waves happening with the Polaris crew. It looks like the closeout team is preparing. Yep, they're removing the protective paneling that they put around the side hatch to protect the hatch itself during ingress. And it looks like they're removing that now in anticipation of side hatch closure. Now, once we close the side hatch, we will do something very similar as we just saw with the suit leak checks. We will perform a hatch leak check where we inflate the seal around the hatch itself, hold it at a certain pressure for a couple of minutes, and do the same thing, measure that it holds the correct amount of pressure over that period of time. As John mentioned before, the smallest piece of FOD can prevent that successful leak check, so we can see many panels being removed, and this helps to protect that side hatch, and we're going to see them do another inspection before enclosure.
What's exciting about this mission is typically we usually say when that side hatch closes, it's the last time that the Dragon capsule will be opened until they return back to Earth. But in this case, we will be opening up a different hatch during this mission for them to do a EVA spacewalk. And it looks like they are taking some closeout pictures. Again, they do an inspection of that.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check over Tetris.
Dragon has you loud and clear on Tetris.
Core has you loud and clear. Tetris comm checks are complete. Please stand by for comm checks with the DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon DC on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, DC, how many?
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon MD on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD, how many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD, how many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon LD on countdown 1, comm check.
So the crew does still have a little bit more work. Now they get to, monitor how the vehicle is doing and read through any procedures that they want to on their tablets and prepare for that T0 in just about a couple hours from now.
Great shot of the pad there. You can see Falcon 9 standing tall at Launch Complex 39A. Just about T-minus 2 hours away from liftoff. Of course, we do have our four members of Polaris Dawn in the Dragon at the top of the vehicle right now. So far today, everything has gone according to plan. We are on time with all of our procedures.
And there we have it. The crew has taken their last breath of fresh air until they splash down in 5 days. The side hatch is now closed, one of the last major milestones for the crew before liftoff.
As we mentioned before, this is actually Jared's second time flying on Dragon, but for Scott, Sarah, and Anna, this is the first time that they're experiencing what it's like when that hatch closes right before liftoff. And since we can't get their thoughts on what they're feeling right now at the moment, let's hear what the Inspiration 4 crew...
Dragon, we are commencing health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're tracking.
So that was just a quick update for the crew to let them know that the health checks will begin momentarily and that they can expect just a state change of the computers that are displayed on their touch screens. Now, Jared has experienced this before. As we mentioned, he was the commander of Inspiration 4, which actually flew in this very same Dragon capsule on its last mission, Dragon Resilience. Now, that side hatch of Dragon Resilience is closed, and I'm sure they're all very excited to, as we said before, hurry up and wait. They've got 2 more hours before they get to lift off, and we can't really ask them what they're feeling right now, but we were able to ask Jared's Inspiration 4 crew, what they had to say about their experiences flying in this same capsule.
I remember when they closed the hatch because the engineer, Maddie, she's actually now one of my best friends, but one of the last things she said was, bye, have fun in space. And I found out 2 years later that the reason that she said have fun in space was because my little brother had asked her to say that. He wanted to pass on that message to us. And so I loved it in the moment. And then years later when I found out, I was just so excited.
It was just such a special moment because we'd worked so hard and we really took our time. And I just remember just feeling how lucky and grateful I was to go on this journey. For me, being the mission pilot, I was like, in my head, I'm like, don't mess this up.
Orbital crew that's going to be breaking down new barriers to let more people go to space. And so that sense of awe and responsibility kind of swept over me for a little while. And you know that's important. But at the same time, it's exciting and it's fun. We've trained so long and so hard with some really great people, and now we're here in that moment. Ready to go.
Falcon. Now, while we wait for those final checkouts to complete, let's take a look.
I think like a lot she'll be watching astronauts someday. So it's thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship, and it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm, because it all matters. It has to go right, every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so, because there's so much we're trying to accomplish, but I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit, and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit, and they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of.
Next up is mission pilot Scott Kidd Poteet, who previously served as mission director for the Inspiration 4 mission.
So my love for aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C&D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired. Puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve. Those with advanced degrees. Compartmentalizing aha moments. I think about what it's going to be like for this moment. 1,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are plenty smarter, more intelligent individuals that should be in the seat.
Who also happens to be a member of the SpaceX team.
New. I was born in California, running a studying in person. But along that is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like that's the first time we returned launch capability to the U.S. Like this is so big, and it was such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally, then taking that and transforming
served as commander for Crew 1, which was SpaceX's first post-certification mission on Dragon, also the second crewed flight for that vehicle, and his second long-duration mission aboard the
videos brings back a lot of great memories from our time. And it was also, Sarah and
you were already a seasoned NASA
First of all, my first mission was on the Russian Soyuz, and so all of the training was actually in Russia, 50 plus years, and so the training program for
it was almost like you guys worked here full time. But I know you were all here mainly for training for your mission. Can you tell us about some of the more rigorous training that our teams put you through?
Yeah, you bring up the opportunity to walk around and all that, and that was pretty special because you get to see the people that have designed, that have built, that are making the vehicle that you get to go into space with, and so that was certainly special. But remember as well, when we got ready for our launch, that's when the pandemic hit, and so that world that we were in got a lot smaller. We were actually kind of confined to the training area, and so it certainly changed a lot. And I have to give a lot of thanks and kudos to SpaceX, to NASA for getting us through that training during that very difficult time. Some of the more rigorous training that we went through, you've got the emergency situation. So you've got the depress scenarios, you've got the fire in the capsule scenarios. And so we had situations where as a crew of 4, we would be in shirt sleeves like this, and then we would have a fire scenario. So you have to then get your emergency mask on, and then you have to get into your suits. And at the same time, your working procedures on the screens and all of that. And so those activities, trying to get all of that boarding.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, Mike, out of the 4 of this mission.
Okay, well, hopefully I can get
to 700 kilometers above the Earth. The Polaris
really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We have them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right on the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the Moon and Mars.
It's just so cool to see how the EVA is coming together with the EVA suits. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Mike participated in 5 EVAs during his career with NASA. Now we know you had to go through a lot of training and preparation, but what was your first EVA like?
Yeah, it was not planned. It was one of those scenarios where we had a part on the outside of station had failed, and it turns out this was in December of 2013. So it was right before Christmas on the 21st when we went out the door for the first time to repair this pump module. And there is nothing quite like it when you look out that hatch for the first time at the Earth, 250 miles below you, going by at 17,500 miles an hour. There is a ton of emotions that you're going through that you have to process. So it is an experience like none other.
Yeah, Mike, you talked about doing a repair for your first EVA. What other kinds of activities did you typically perform during your EVAs on the International Space Station?
Yeah, during the course of the five spacewalks that I've done, it ran the gamut. So the pump module that we had to repair on that first one, that was one of those what we call contingency EVAs, and we have a series of those where we've trained for them, but we just don't know if we're going to have to do them. It depends on what happens. And then some of the other ones we are repairing, we replace. That's actually Ike right there on the screen. That's one of I guess that was probably my fourth spacewalk right there. But anyway, there we're actually adding a new antenna to the outside of the space station. And so we really ran the gamut, prepping for adding new things, doing repairs, and then also just doing some normal maintenance outside.
So what we're hearing is that in a lot of ways, you had to be a jack of all trades out there. An astronaut, a mechanic, a scientist, handyman, all wrapped into one. Is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah, yeah, sure. A jack of all trades with a heck of a view.
Yeah, that must be pretty incredible, Mike. But changing gears a bit here, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt to fly higher than any Dragon mission to date. At 1,400 kilometers, this would be the highest altitude orbit for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 a century ago.
Now, looking down on Earth from above, from any altitude, is a sight that few have experienced, and there's even a term for the effect that it can have on someone. The author, Frank White, first coined the term in his book called The Overview Effect, Space Exploration and Human Evolution. Mike, can you talk about your experience when you first saw Earth from space?
Of course, I was in the Soyuz, as we were talking about earlier, and every astronaut, when they first get into space, the experience, the feeling is a little bit different. And so when I first got into space, I had that feeling like I was falling. And so I have to admit that when I looked out the window for the first time and looked down at the Earth, there was a lot going on that I didn't quite have that same feeling of the overview effect. It was kind of pinch yourself. I can't believe I'm here, but then it was kind of like, what's going on with my body, and trying to figure all of that out. But fortunately, I had some time to be up in space to experience that. And you know, a lot of times the overview effect, people think of it in terms of it gives you answers. You see how we're all connected on Earth, and that is certainly true. But it also, for me, left me with a lot of questions. When you look down at the Earth and you realize there's so many places around this Earth that you don't know about, you don't understand the people, the culture, the language, and so sometimes it gives you questions as much as it gives you answers.
Yeah, Mike, that must be a feeling, you know, the feeling of falling for your first EVA, but you've done 5 EVAs. So did that feeling ever change? Did you feel more comfortable, or did it ever get routine, you know, after the 4th or 5th time?
Well, yeah, I would never say that it got routine, but you certainly get more comfortable with it. It's always, you still always have those emotions, that intensity. I will tell you that on my last spacewalk, as I was getting ready to come back into the airlock, I just grabbed onto the rail that's around the airlock there, and I just kind of tried to take it all in, and knowing that this was probably the last time that I was going to go outside in space. And so it is certainly a special moment, and as you do it more often, I think it gives you an opportunity to kind of absorb more each time.
What incredible views. Now, after you returned to Earth, after that first time in space, what kind of impact did that experience have on you when you ultimately came back to land?
Yeah, you know, when you get back to Earth, you certainly miss being in space. You miss that experience. You miss the floating. But I would tell you that there's one of the things that it did for me of coming back to Earth was it made me appreciate all of the little things. For example, the first weekend I was back, I was standing outside my backyard and it was raining, and I was just experiencing the rain, because when you're up in space, there's no weather. It never rains. There's no wind. There's no snow. It's just always the same. And so all of those little things, when you don't have them, that makes up what life is like down here on Earth, it makes you appreciate it that much more.
Wow, Mike, thank you for sharing that very intimate experience that you had when you came back to Earth. It has been such an honor to have you with us today, but we will see you back here again for our live EVA coverage in just a few days.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, and go Polaris Dawn.
Awesome, Mike. See you in just a couple of days. Now, for those of us who have not experienced the overview effect firsthand, here's a little more on the phenomenon itself.
The overview effect is that sensation or that feeling that you get when you see our whole world from the perspective of being outside of it.
It ranges the whole spectrum from like how delicate the Earth may appear, because, you know, it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to, you know, the vacuum of space.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you're, journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission, is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
In addition to the science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, the crew is also taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around planet Earth. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
My dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
I don't know, it's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping, you brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, we went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm going to bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something for everyone who's made a difference in this program.
I will, in particular, get to read the story from space to my kids here on Earth, as well as some of the brave kids of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I think that connection moment while I'm up there floating in space is something I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to have.
And we actually have something super cool here with us, a copy of Kisses from Space, just like the one that the Polaris Dawn crew will have flying with them. Anna actually penned this book as a love letter to her kids. And you can actually get one for yourself from major publishers, as well as from penguinrandomhouse.com. The proceeds from this book will benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And it's just a gorgeous illustration and just such a lovely story.
Yeah, my niece is literally going to love this book. I can't wait to get a copy and read it to her.
Yeah, I hope Anna is willing to sign copies of it, because I'm sure she's going to get flooded with requests when she comes back down to Earth.
Yeah, definitely. That will be so awesome.
Yeah. So with that, let's get a status update from John Innsbrucker, who's been listening in on the countdown.
Well, the clock is just inside T-minus 1 hour and 16 minutes, and we're continuing to count down to the first launch opportunity. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew, they are sealed in the Dragon spacecraft. We've done the comp checks, suit leak checks. They were successful. The side hatch is closed. It passed its leak check. And at T-minus 90 minutes, the ground support team has left the pad. So it's just the 4 crew members on top of Falcon 9 inside of 39A. Now, currently, the launch teams are not working any significant issues on Falcon or Dragon. The biggest thing we're watching right now is the weather. We're expecting another update in about 15 minutes. As mentioned earlier, we are red for cumulus clouds. The good news is the boundary layer is dissipating, and we are fingers crossed that the weather will stay more than 10 nautical miles away and give us a chance to launch right on time. Other weather, everything else is looking good. The ground winds are good. The upper altitude winds, we're releasing balloons that go up to 90,000 feet. That gives us structural information, wind speed, wind shear information. Nothing unusual that we're seeing there. So pretty much just fingers crossed, the weather officer will give us good news coming up at about the T-minus 1 hour evaluation point. So with that, Kate, we're just crossing our fingers for the weather.
Thanks so much, John. Love to hear the good news about the progress, and we will keep our fingers crossed about the weather conditions. Now, Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris program that will conduct extensive research, scientific research, to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve life here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that process started well before today. Let's take a look.
We are in the Houston SpaceX office today. We are here for our what we call L-30 or launch minus 30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those required data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of our procedures when we go to flight.
There's a lot of steps for each one of these science experiments. They're beneficial for not only improving and enhancing healthcare here on Earth, but it helps us continue this progression with space exploration.
What Kid and Anna are doing with the endoscope up through the nose and looking down at the vocal cords, I mean, that is not something easy to perform, you know, in a hospital environment, let alone in space. They certainly stand to learn a lot from it. Reestablishing someone's airway, that's worthwhile to know if we're going to Mars someday. But I think that's a tough one to perform in space. And but you got 2 really highly motivated individuals that are going to try and conquer it.
In space, there's inflammation. We don't have the impact of 1G pulling on that fluid. So we need to better understand what that inflammation looks like. And once we have a better understanding, we can develop the procedures and the equipment necessary to handle any type of triage situation.
When we stepped into this virtual reality scenario, I think Kid and I liked it a lot because they're flying a spacecraft on Mars to kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor skills, some cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronaut's eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So they will be wearing a contact that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the interocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
We are doing an experiment called GVS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary, we've got to overcome some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause further in space exploration.
As the countdown continues to lift off, we'd like to introduce Dr. Samantha Weeks, Science and Research Director for the Polaris program. Dr. Weeks, call sign Combo, is a retired United States Air Force colonel with over 2,200 hours flying fighter jets, including 105 combat hours. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here today.
Now, she spent the last 2.5 decades focusing on human performance in aviation, and now she's overseeing science and research for the entire Polaris program, starting with the Polaris Dawn mission. Super cool. Now, how did you get involved with the Polaris program?
Well, I worked for Jared, and Jared actually worked for me when I was still in the Air Force, and he had Draken International. And he came to me in 2021 and told me about the Polaris program and asked me to be part of it as a mission director for science and research. And I was an aerospace physiology major at the Air Force Academy. Wanted to go fly first, but always loved medicine, and so this was a natural fit, and I jumped at the opportunity when he asked me to be a part of this great, amazing mission.
That's so cool to see how you guys connected the dots. I'm sure there was a lot of things that went into, the research portfolio that you guys put together. Can you explain how the scientific research portfolio all came together?
Absolutely. Initially, when the mission was announced in February of 2022, we had some experiments that were ready to go, but we wanted to pack as much science and research into the 5 days that the crew will be up as humanly possible. So we did a call for research proposal and projects and worked very closely with SpaceX to gather the best and the most feasible that were out there. And we have a complement of 36 different experiments with 31 partner institutions from across the globe going up with the Polaris Dawn crew tonight.
Wow, it sounds like there was a lot of opportunity to participate. A lot of work went into that. Can you maybe share a little bit about some of the planned experiments?
Yeah, you bet. You saw the crew and Marissa talk about a few of the experiments that they'll be doing while they're up in space. But another one is from the University of Dartmouth, and will focus on bone loss. We know that without gravity on our skeleton, our bones don't need as much calcium, so they begin to leach calcium into our bloodstream, which poses a risk to develop kidney stones. And from what I hear, nobody wants one of those, especially in space. So this will help us understand how early onset begins and maybe mitigate that risk of developing kidney stones as we go deeper into space, back to the moon, to Mars, and trying to make life multiplanetary. Another one focusing on bone health comes from the University of Calgary, and they're going to be trying to identify very early signs of bone loss and looking for any type of structural, physiological changes that occur in this relatively short 5-day mission, so that we can once again begin to understand how early bone health and bone loss begins to take hold in an astronaut.
Yeah, that sounds like very important research for spaceflight. And you talked about 36 different research experiments, but I really want to know, I'm going to put you on the spot, what is like the 1 or 2 experiments that's like very near and dear to you and the Polaris Dawn crew?
Well, I went to the Air Force Academy, and the Air Force Academy has an experiment going up, and it's called SOFIA, which is Space-Optimized Plant Habitat in Array. And it focuses on the growth response of plant physiology in microgravity, as well as in different orbital environments and exposure to different and varying magnetic fields. And that will help us understand potentially root growth and crop production in space. And it's kind of funny because I hated botany at the Air Force Academy, but that's what's going on.
Irony.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. It's been an honor to have you part of our broadcast, and we look forward to seeing all of these research opportunities come together throughout the mission.
Thanks for having me here tonight.
Yeah, thank you. To date, Dragon has carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station since 2012. Whether it's returning time-sensitive experiments from the International Space Station or bringing back science performed inside the Dragon spacecraft while in orbit, Dragon safely returns at home.
While docked with the International Space Station, Dragon can also act as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when needed.
Actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins, who joined us earlier, slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth, as I mentioned. In fact, the Inspiration 4 mission in 2021, during that mission, the crew conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour. You can see a photo of the crew there on your screen while they were on orbit. And what you see there is also what the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days in their mission. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research and experiments.
Yes, in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts
Dragon,
while on
SpaceX,
orbit.
we will be cycling the orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Copy that, SpaceX.
Just heard some comms from the core to the crew, letting them know that they will be cycling some air to equalize inside of the cabin. So this could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. Now, the selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that
Research program, visit spacex.com/human-spaceflight/research. Now, as we mentioned at the start,
will be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer. Inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. This terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
all of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves, with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there is a lot to be learned here. If this works, Plug and Placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
This technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global Partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew had a chance to hear from students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
Now, we're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full system reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the Moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the Moon.
SpaceX for a weather update.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime, evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
All right, copy that, SpaceX. For weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 50-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good read back, Dragon.
All right, so quick update there for our Polaris crew, just continuing to monitor the weather, as we've been saying all evening. Unfortunately, just one of those things that we can't control. Now, thinking back to the crew that will be involved with the HLS program, the Starship vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before that Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first human surface expedition of the Moon since 1972. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the Moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
SpaceX Dragon in section 5. Crews go for launch.
Copy. Crew is ready for launch. Thanks.
And great news there. Crew just confirming that they are go for launch while we monitor weather for T0 tonight. When the time comes for humans to explore the Moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface mission. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we recently completed the flight test 4 for Starship. That was in June 6th, on June 6th from Starbase, as you can see there on your screen. Super Heavy booster lifting off successfully there and completed a full duration ascent burn.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it towards the splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn, so exciting, and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico 7 minutes and 24 seconds into the flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera, as you can see there, as well as one of SpaceX's marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second-stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
Speaking of the flaps, those incredible flaps, Starship provided live video of those flaps during that re-entry phase via SpaceX's Starlink satellites. And it provided, as you saw, the most spectacular views as we all cheered on the little flap that could as it clung on for dear, dear life. Now, those Starlink-enabled views really just keep on giving.
Flight 4 ended with the Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. Now, the 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive improvements as we continue to rapidly develop Starship into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, coming up on Flight 5, which is the next flight, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster, which you can see that tower there on your screen. Returning the booster after a launch is a core capability to Starship becoming rapidly and reliably reusable.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting. And as of August 21st, both towers were fully stacked, which is pretty exciting to see. So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, for those that recently joined us, as you can see on the clock, we're about T-minus 53 and a half minutes away from liftoff. We did hear from the crew operations and resource engineer that we are awaiting a final weather update at T-minus 50. That's 50 minutes, so in just 3 minutes from now. Weather has been a watch item all evening, in fact, for like the last 2 weeks. And we are hoping that some unfortunate weather close to the pad will dissipate in time. There is a couple of rules that we're watching, trying to hope that that weather clears out from the 10 nanometer range. So we are standing by for that final update from the launch weather officer. But as you can see on your screen, Polaris Dawn crew is pretty comfy in their suits and in their seats.
Yeah, they are patiently waiting. They did give the go that they are ready for launch if we do proceed to T0. And again, we do have a couple opportunities for T0 if weather does not look good for the initial T0 that we're planning for right now.
Yeah, that's right. But we are standing by, like we said before, just a couple minutes for that final update. Basically a go, no-go weather update from our weather officer. It's a little deceiving because this view here, you know, these inky black skies, you can't really tell what the weather is or isn't around the pad. Of course, pad 39A here on your camera. And if I were Jared in the capsule, right, hearing that, you know, you're in the capsule, you've done a successful suit leak check, you've done a successful side hatch leak check and closure, and he has flown in this capsule once before. This is Dragon Resilience. This is, of course, the capsule that took the Inspiration 4 mission on its, you know, couple-day mission around planet Earth. And, you know, if I were Jared, I would be really impatient at this point and just like...
Yeah, we're listening in right now. The launch team is talking to the launch weather officer. They're trying to look in the crystal ball and figure out, do we think things may clear up in 51 minutes enough, keep the clouds, everything away more than 10 nautical miles from the pad, or should we go to the second T0, which is at 9 hours 23 minutes universal time, just under 100-minute delay if we have to wait. They're asking the LWO questions. We have the propellant load and launch go-no-go poll coming up at 50 minutes, or at 45 minutes. So everything's coming together right now. So we're going to listen in just a little bit more and see whether or not we roll the dice and proceed to 0, hoping that the little cells that are popping up dissipate in 20 to 30 minutes and give us a clear launch to space, or if we decide we're going to delay a bit.
Yeah, we knew going into the countdown today that the probability of violation of, of the launch weather rules was 60%, i.e. only 40% favorable. So we knew that there was a chance here, but in the event that, you know, the clouds parted, or rather just stayed away out of those 10 nautical miles, we wanted to try and take advantage of the opportunity if it presents itself. So we're keeping our fingers crossed and really hoping for that opportunity. And of course, you know, we're talking about launch weather, but something that we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks is not only the launch weather, but also the booster downrange recovery weather, as well as the ascent phase abort scenario weather patterns. Want to make sure that if Dragon for some reason has to activate the launch escape system during the ascent phase, that all that weather along that corridor is clear, and the weather 5 days from now to make sure that there is a viable path for safe crew return when their mission is done. So it's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot to look out for. And again, we are trying to make this call prior to propellant loading starting on the vehicles. That will be important for us to be able to hold if we decide to go to the additional T0 opportunities that we have. We'd like to make that call before we start loading propellant.
Exactly. So we're now under T-minus 48 minutes. We are standing by for the final update from the launch weather officer. We're hoping that we get the okay to proceed into propellant load. This is such a great view. It reminds me of Tron, really. This view with the crew access arm illuminated from the interior. I love daytime launches, but there is something even more futuristic about the nighttime
all
launches.
operators proceed with 18.85, propellant load, go, no go, pull.
And just a quick note, launch director telling the team to proceed with the go, no go pull. Car's going to talk to crew now.
Dragon SpaceX for weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load go, no go pull.
And copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load pull.
And stand by, Dragon. We're just confirming.
Yeah, we're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be go in 46 minutes from now. We heard Core bring it up with the crew briefly. We're waiting now for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch pull. Currently, they are continuing to talk with the launch weather officer, but it looks like if you look at the upcoming T0 or the next one in about 100 minutes, It's about an equal opportunity. So we're going to move into propellant load, it appears. Now, right now, the launch director should be polling electronically
For awareness, we have one more radar scan. We're evaluating this radar scan.
7 members.
We'll get back here.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the WeatherNet about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints. Electronic poll has been completed. If we do continue with the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX, we're getting meteorological input that we should waive this attempt given the last radar scan. So we're going to pause the clock here and move to our second T0.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we are standing by for the second T0.
Okay, we're T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have paused the clock for the moment. We got a last-minute update. One cell right at around the 10 nautical mile border had popped up on the radar returns. We have to get all the weather clear within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad in order to be able to launch Falcon 9 with the crew on the Dragon.
And launch control.
The weather was iffy if it would clear in time for the original T0.
2349 UTC. And LD, that's 09:23:49 UTC. That is correct.
Launch director confirming the planned new T0, 09:23:49, I believe, universal time. That would be at 5:23 a.m. on pad 39A.
And the clock is counting to 09:23:49 UTC.
As you can see on the webcast screen now.
Dragon SpaceX launch T time has been moved to 09:23:49 Zulu. Stand by for seat rotation, after which you will remain in the capsule with the side hatch closed. Please confirm when you are ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, SpaceX. New T0 09:23:49, and we'll get back to you on that seat rotation.
We just heard the core.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. We will report when initiating.
Okay, it sounds like we are now in the middle of seat rotation. With the delay, you see on the screen, we're T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes. There's a view inside the capsule. They're working on their tablets, getting their updated clock. Okay. Updating for those who are watching right now, we got down to just
is initiating seat rotation.
A lot going on here. Seat rotation being initiated. We ought to see that on our screen coming up. And seat movement begins. That'll make it a little easier on the crew as we wait for the launch window opportunity number 2 to arrive. They'll be back into a more regular seated posture, and then we'll go back through seat rotation a little bit later on. But right now, inside 2.5 hours now to the planned T0. As we mentioned, as we started the webcast, we had 3 opportunities. We've had to wait.
Seats are in the upright position.
Yeah, SpaceX, we show the same.
We had to wave off the first opportunity just as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. The weather forecast was iffy at best, and we have elected to go for the second of the 3 T0 opportunities. Next launch opportunity at 9:23:49 Universal Time. We'll have a third opportunity if need be at 11 hours 50 minutes Universal Time. We don't know what the weather forecast is. It's fairly dynamic as a tropical boundary layer has come ashore in Florida. Now, just before we had the hold, the launch chief engineer had pulled both the Dragon and Falcon 9 teams, verifying that if we were to hold at this point in the count, just at T-minus 45 minutes before we began propellant load, that both the Dragon and the Falcon teams were in a good position to hold the clock and then recycle back to the T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes that you see on the screen now. So we had not taken any irreversible steps. In fact, as you just saw, the crew rotation back to a vertical position, give them a little more comfort. They will remain inside the Dragon capsule as we continue to count down. Everything is good for Dragon, as well as for the Falcon 9 team. We had not begun loading propellant into the Falcon 9, and so we're able to hold the clock and wait till we get closer, and then we can resume the final checks and the propellant load of Falcon 9. Hopefully, fingers crossed, for a launch coming up in 2 hours and 24 minutes. Of course, we'll be continuing to watch the weather throughout the early morning in Florida. As I mentioned just a moment ago, it is dynamic conditions. The concerns we had were not winds. It was twofold. A shower was passing over the launch pad that was had rain in the ascent trajectory, but we expected the rain shower to dissipate. The bigger problem is there are frontal boundaries north and south of the launch site, and we were then seeing cells popping up, and that made us a little concerned that they may still be around at T0, and we would then have had to scrub for the day. So the good news is we are still counting down for launch. We're going to wait 2 hours and change and see how things go. And with that, Kate, Atticus, Jesse, we got close.
So close.
But we're still here with another chance.
Yeah, but we're not out of the fight yet. Obviously, we would have preferred for weather to cooperate, but the safety of the crew is the top priority. So we're unfortunately going to have to wait around just a little bit longer.
SpaceX Dragon for T0 clock.
Go Dragon.
Yeah, SpaceX, just wondering when we should expect a reset on our T0 clock.
That's in work, Dragon. I'll let you know when we have that updated.
Yeah, Core just working through some housekeeping
And
with the Dragon displays.
Yeah, so we're obviously sad we don't go to space in 50 minutes like we were hoping, but I'm sure there's nobody more disappointed than the crew on board. But let's take this opportunity to learn a bit more about them. The Polaris Dawn mission has many first-time objectives, so the Polaris program, of course, chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake the challenges of this mission. So we've seen him before on Inspiration 4, Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman. As I mentioned, he was the commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet Team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours. Here's a little bit more about Jared.
I think like a lot of kids dreamed of becoming an astronaut since kindergarten. I still remember checking out just big color picture books of the early days of the space shuttle. I remember talking to my kindergarten teacher, you know, telling her that someday I was going to go to space. I still remember she said to me that she'll be watching in her rocking chair. And then I think I just build on it with like just awesome movies like, you know, The Right Stuff and Top Gun, the original, and Space Camp, the movie, for sure. All you had to do is go to space camp and a robot would accidentally send you into space. You know, if you are thinking about or dreaming about being an astronaut someday, it is totally possible. You do not have to be one of the lucky few struck by lightning. Organizations like SpaceX and others in commercial space are making it possible where hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday. And you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship. And it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm because it all matters. It has to go right, every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so because there's so much we're trying to accomplish. But I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit. And they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of firsthand. My name is Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Polaris Dawn.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign, Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4. Let's hear from our mission pilot himself, Scott Kid Poteet.
So my love for aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired, puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve based on my academic background. You know, traditionally in the 80s with the shuttle program, it was astrophysicists, engineers, test pilots, those with advanced degrees. There are moments where you were like, oh my gosh, this is real, this is happening. And it brings me back to my Air Force and fighter pilot experience in combat. Compartmentalizing what's going on, being very acute to every little detail. Throughout this entire training process, we have these aha moments. And when I have these aha moments, I think about what it's going to be like when it is liftoff. And I think I will be in that very intense moment of being aware of all the details around me, all the senses, watching all the parameters of the rocket, staying very focused on the mission. You know, I'm not nervous. I'm intensely excited for this moment. I'm a fighter pilot, so I enjoy the thrills of thrust and the acceleration that we're going to experience, going from 0 miles an hour up to 17,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are plenty smarter, more intelligent individuals that should be in the seat, but I've been blessed to have this opportunity. I'm going to take advantage of it. My name is Scott Kit Poteet. I'm the mission pilot for Polaris Dawn.
Mission Specialist Sarah Cooper Gillis is a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, responsible for overseeing the company's astronaut training program. She helped prepare NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, and most recently directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts. Sarah is an experienced mission control operator who has supported real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. In 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX and then moved into the astronaut training program full-time after graduation. Here's a bit more about Sarah.
So I cannot technically claim that I am a Boulder, Colorado native as much as I would love to. I was born in California, but I moved to Boulder when I was about 2 or 3 months old. And that's where I went to college as well. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder and then eventually started as an intern at SpaceX. I would say I didn't always dream of going to space. I think my interest really changed in high school, and I thought human spaceflight was fascinating. I think I heard of the concept of this future job of running a space hotel, and I was like, wow, that's wild and cool. If that can be the future, that's something that I would like to think about. So I just started looking and pursuing human spaceflight topics and doing things that really interested me, because I didn't think going to space was necessarily a possible outcome. But along that journey, you know, got to help with some really cool things, and that obviously led to going to space today. One of the professional accomplishments that I'm most proud of is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like, that's the first time we returned launch capability to the US. Like, this is so big, and it was such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally, then taking that and transforming that and growing our training program to support the first all-civilian crew with Inspiration 4. Those 2 missions certainly stand out for me. When I sit in the spacecraft, I think more than anything, what is going to go through my mind is just seeing all of the components that came together to make this machine, and all of the people that made those components and tested those components, being supported by the thousands of people at SpaceX that are making this possible and dedicating their lives to safely flying people to space and back. My name is Sarah Gillis, and I am a mission specialist on the Polaris Dawn mission.
And rounding out the Polaris Dawn crew, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon, who also serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operational responses to vehicle emergencies. Prior to SpaceX, Anna worked for 7 years at NASA as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station. She received her bachelor's degree in mathematics and Spanish from Texas Christian University and her master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke University. Let's hear a little bit more from our other SpaceX team member, Anna Walker-Menon.
I did always dream of going to space. I think I was captivated by the beauty of our universe and the perspective and learning you can gain from that vantage point. So while I recognized it was a distant likelihood to ever end up getting to be there, I have always dreamed of getting to be there. I fell in love with space on a field trip in the 4th grade. I got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut as well as a flight controller in mission control, and I knew from that moment that this was an industry I wanted to be a part of. I studied math and engineering in college and graduate school, but the whole time just kept avidly pursuing the space industry. I was so thrilled when I got a job out of graduate school at NASA, and after about 7 years there, transitioned over to SpaceX, and I have been here ever since. On launch day, I think I will have a lot of things on my mind. I think one piece will be intense focus, remembering all of the work and the learning that we have gone through thanks to SpaceX to execute every piece of this mission to the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took to get to this moment, and probably honestly feeling a lot of gratitude. And then thirdly, I think I will be trying to memorize the moment. I think it's going to fly by, and I think I will try really hard to memorize the sounds, the feelings, the thoughts, the experiences in the rooms around me, so that I can freeze it in my mind and someday look back and recall what it felt like to be there. My name is Anna Menon, and I am one of the mission specialists as well as a medical officer on the Polaris Dawn mission.
Well, Anna certainly got her wish in terms of having an opportunity to freeze the moment as we had to push off of our initial T0 due to weather conditions. But in those packages, you got some glimpses into the training that the Polaris Dawn crew had to undergo. They not only went through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extravehicular activity, or spacewalk as it's better known as. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity. They also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside our Dragon training spacecraft.
Yeah, and in addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness, ensuring they are well-rounded and prepared for spaceflight, and especially for the first ever commercial spacewalk. From scuba diving to skydiving, we had an opportunity to talk to the crew about some of the rigorous training that they went through, and here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush of emotions that comes with, recognizing that you were about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning into the wind, out of an aircraft, and then you just let go and you fall. It was incredible training.
some of the most memorable training we've done.
For the centrifuge training, the purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain, it's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated, you're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station, and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration mission in 2021. Over the last 4 years, the spacecraft has supported 13 human spaceflight missions and flown 50 crew members representing 14 countries. Through missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet. With upcoming missions like From 2, we aim to do exactly that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of From 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. From 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission, and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit, and that'll be the case with the upcoming From 2 mission. Finally, we have our newest option, which is the Skywalker hardware to support a spacewalk. And the Skywalker will be making its debut on Polaris Dawn. And in addition, who knows what else the future will bring. Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's take a moment to get familiar with the spacecraft that we will call home, that the crew will call home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew. The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft you see there on your screen, and this allows for transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo. Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk is covered in solar panels on the left side, and that's to provide power to Dragon during flight. The spacecraft is also equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating around 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space, and these engines are just as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to these 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos, and these power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the very unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile away from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. And just like the Falcon 9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, the Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the exact same spacecraft for NASA's Crew 1 mission, as well as Inspiration 4. That said, there are a few changes that we've made to Dragon for this mission. In order to accommodate a spacewalk, this is the first Dragon to be outfitted with a Skywalker in place of the cupola observation dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you can see there, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and re-entering the spacecraft during their spacewalk. This Dragon is also carrying Starlink, making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Inside of Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal located in Dragon's trunk, and this terminal will be linked to a new device known as the Plug and Placer, which will enable the spacecraft to communicate with Starlink satellites that will be in orbit below Dragon. Now, we're very excited to see all of this in action, But Dragon has to get up there first. So let's take a look at the rocket that will be taking our crew and Dragon to space. Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that in turn drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters tall, or about 215 feet, Falcon 9 is a two-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to those 9 Merlin M1D engines. And today's mission will be the fourth launch and landing for this particular booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported 2 SpaceX Starlink missions. Now, after stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards the surface of Earth. First is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the thicker layers of Earth's atmosphere. Finally, the landing burn will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs, and these are made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. These are placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, and they are stowed during ascent and deploy just ahead of landing. Now, moving up the rocket, a Falcon 9's second stage engine ignites a few seconds after stage separation, and this engine can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine is capable of more than 220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space, and at full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American-made hydrocarbon rocket engine. And of course, let's not forget about the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stages to separate during flight. Inside of the inner stage, or rather outside of the inner stage, is where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, and these are at the base of the inner stage. They help orient the rocket during re-entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages being made just across the aisle. Looks like we're just at about T-minus 2 hours or so. So while we continue to count down, how are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things are about where we left it before. Inside T-minus 2 hours, you can see with the live shot there of the pad deck, looking at the 2 elevators we used a few hours ago to bring the crew up and the view up on top of the fixed service structure. We do have that light rain shower that we're talking about. Actually, right now, we would be at about T-minus 3 minutes, and the weather would be red. So the good news is when we made the decision to pause the countdown and go to the second T0, we avoided what would have been a scrub right now. Because as you may recall, once we begin loading propellant onto the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes, you're committed then. You've got to get down to 0 and launch, or you're scrubbed for the day. Now, we did not start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. A little bit of a status refresh. We got down to T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds approximately, and we called a pause or a hold in the countdown. We had just finished the electronic poll verifying that the Falcon team was go to load propellant into the Falcon 9, but we did not actually get that far. All evening or early morning, as the case may be, at Kennedy Space Center, we've been watching the weather. The launch weather officer had advised the team that a frontal boundary had come ashore in Florida. That was creating scattered cells that would pop up and occasionally violate the cumulus cloud rule, or in this case, as we just saw with the pad deck view there, or up on top of the fixed service structure, we were getting rain showers with rain higher up in the atmosphere than we would be allowed to fly through. So we continued to count down, fingers crossed, heading for that first T0, which was planned for 7:38 Universal Time. Inside T-minus 1 hour, it was still very uncertain whether or not the weather would cooperate for that first T0. The team took the decision down as far as they could inside of T-minus 50 minutes, trying to get the last little bit of information. But just as we thought we were going to press on and go with the original T0, we saw a cell pop up on the radar map that exceeded conditions. We looked at that and decided to go ahead and hold the clock. We heard the Corps then go back up, talk to the crew, tell them that we were held, and then we recycled to the second T0. Now we have 3 T0 opportunities. The first one is now passing us by as we get ready at 7 hours and 38 minutes Universal Time, 10 minutes from now, and that would have been a scrub. The next one that we are aiming for is coming up at 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds Universal Time, just under the 2 hours you see there on the countdown clock. There is a third opportunity if we need it at 11 hours, 15 minutes Universal Time. The problem we have is the weather is still uncertain enough that the team can't make a decision whether the second T0 or the third T0 is the best one. We're going to continue counting down, obviously, as you can see on the clock there. The scattered rain showers we see, those should clear out of the way. But we most recently had another no-go condition pop up. The surface electric field, essentially the measure of how the atmosphere is electrically charged, has violated criteria. We're going to continue to watch that. We think that one will clear. Primarily, we're continuing to worry about the cumulus clouds and the possibility of having to fly through rain on the way up the northeast coast of the United States as we head into the orbit at just over 51 degrees inclination. The Corps has talked to the crew on board Dragon. The mission director for Dragon, they have done their readiness polls. We've also checked with the SpaceX Falcon 9 team. They are go. Also, it appears that the next T0, there is no proximity warnings or concerns with any orbital satellites. Sometimes you have to move a launch window a minute or two if there might be a conjunction in space. Right now, it looks like we don't have any of those issues. The big question will be whether or not the weather is going to be go at the next T0. The other plan that we have is while we are in this hold for a little while, this is giving the Dragon and Falcon launch teams a chance to rotate people on and off console, take a few minutes break. It's been a long early morning for the team. Everybody continues to have support. So, we're ready to support anything that may come up, but we are giving the crew a chance to refresh. The next major event is we continue asking the launch weather officer, what's the forecast look like? What's the forecast look like? The next big one coming up will be at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, just over 22 minutes from now. That's when Dragon is going to rotate the seats back into the launch position. The crew right now is sitting upright inside the Dragon that you can see there. The crew access arm, and there's a view of the crew in their upright posture, and then we'll rotate to horizontal into the launch position to get ready. That'll be a little later in the count than we had done it the first time around, but that's fine. The hatch is closed, leak checks, everything is copacetic in Dragon. So they'll get ready in an hour and a half and go back into the launch position in their seats. We'll continue to bring it down. We'll get inside T-minus 1 hour where we'll do another evaluation on what the launch looks like. And then fingers crossed we'll be able to press past T-minus 45 minutes and get into the prop load at T-minus 35 minutes. Everything continues to look good. One reminder, the only people on the pad right now are the Dragon crew themselves, the 4 people inside the Dragon. You can see that crew access arm. The seals have been deflated. They're retracted. All of the handholds are out of the way. Everything's been cleared. The only thing really waiting for everybody is ideally we get inside 45 minutes so we can retract the arm. So nobody's going back out to the pad right now. All the vehicles are cleared off. So we're going to just continue to give you status updates as we go along. But Kate, yeah, hopefully the second T0 is the winner. The first one turns out the weather is red right now, and we wouldn't have been able to go.
Yep. Well, you know what? It's been a good rehearsal so far. And realistically speaking, while the Polaris Dawn crew, I'm sure, would be delighted to be closer to, wait, how long have we been holding now? Would they be in space now? I'm not sure. My brain is a little mushy at this point. But the point is that they would still be in the Dragon capsule right now, regardless, in their seats, most likely. So they're not really doing anything significantly different physically anyway. Now, we did, as you heard John say, we did rotate the seats a bit so that they could kind of like stretch out a little bit more to be a little bit more comfortable. So yeah, I'm guessing there's probably some like charades happening or other games involving like hand signs and yeah, so
whatever they can do while still strapped into their seats.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, look, there they are.
There you can see them on their tablets.
All four of them
all
on
four
their
of them.
tablets. I wonder if we've equipped those tablets with any games. I hope so.
I mean, they'd have a lot more mobility in these EVA suits to be able to play some more games in these suits versus the IVA suits.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Gorgeous shot there of 39A. Like we mentioned before, we are in a not quite a holding pattern because we're still progressing with the launch countdown, but we did have to reset the T0 clock due to weather, and we are fingers crossed that our second targeted T0 time will be more fruitful than the first one.
Yeah, we are patiently waiting. It is T minus 1 hour and 49 minutes until our new T0. But yeah, the crew is patiently waiting, relaxing inside of Dragon. And so now during the EVA for the Polaris Dawn crew, they will be wearing our newly designed EVA spacesuits, which we see them wearing in the Dragon capsule. And there you can see the suit on your screen. Building a base on the moon and a city on Mars will require thousands of suits. So the development of this suit and the EVA that's going to be performed on this mission are important steps to a scalable design for spacesuits on future long-duration missions. So let's take a look at the making of the suits our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial spacewalk.
An EVA suit is an extravehicular activity suit, which is a spacesuit that can go outside of the spacecraft to do a spacewalk. We started with the IVA suit that we have, the intravehicular activity suit, as a kind of starting point and looked at it and said, what would we have to change about this to be able to support a spacewalk? So the first is mobility. The crew will have to do a lot of moving around inside of Dragon to get outside and do the spacewalk. We had to add in new joints and new features in the suit to allow them enhanced mobility while the suit's pressurized.
When a crew member is pressurized in the suit, the soft portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexure and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexure joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint that exists on the shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam. But since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not the preferred choice. By moving the zipper system from the inseam to the waist, we mitigated the risk of the stress of the zipper.
Another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA, so we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA, but it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation. The ultimate goal is that you can put on a spacesuit and go out and get work done anywhere in the solar system and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Love seeing how we have designed those suits from really the ground up. They look similar to the IVA suits, but there's so many enhancements and changes in order to make them suitable for an EVA, and we are definitely looking forward to seeing them in action in just a few days. But until then, let's take a look at how the actual EVA itself came together.
Stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We have them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the moon and Mars.
It is so exciting to see not only development of the EVA suit, but the EVA operations as well, and how so much has specialized for this mission with the goal of having the ability to open that top hatch and have Jared and then Sarah go out and test the mobility of the suit and the functionality. And to me, it's just so cool to be able to see the design and the planning that went into all of that to make what is about to happen.
Yeah, what I think is super cool is that historically, you know, they've done training and the crew has done, you know, scuba diving, but typically training has been done in a swimming pool in their suits, right? But as we just saw, the training team got very creative and found different ways to not have to submerge, you know, each crew member in their suits into water and have to deal with that, but like be able to do this simulation training in a different way that made it a lot easier to maybe repeat the training and, you know, keep the suits clean and be able to manage that, which I think is so cool.
Yeah, I think we really just kind of innovate across the board, right? Just every aspect of the mission, from the hardware to the training itself to just our processes. So it's really great to see all of that. One thing that actually really stuck out to me is the mention of how these suits will sort of be used in the far future. You know, I love how we always keep just the big picture in mind. You know, the goal of SpaceX, make humans an interplanetary species, get to the moon, get to Mars, get beyond. And so we really incorporate that into all of these sort of stepping stone missions, right? Like we're pushing the boundaries, we're doing this first EVA, we're developing these suits, but you know, maybe in a few years, who knows, we're going to be having thousands of people in these suits doing work all over the place on the moon, on Mars. You know, it's just so inspiring and incredible to sort of be a part of that story and get to hear about some of that from the crew.
Yeah, and these suits, they look cool, but they're super functional, and thinking about what the future suits, the functionality that those suits will carry is like, I think that's a good point of just like the far future, what will that look like is very, very cool.
Well, you talk about the far future, and it may be because it's going on 1 in the morning here, and we've got another hour and a half. But in the near future, my question is, Halloween's coming up in the United States. Anybody want to make a mock-up suit and go around trick-or-treat? Maybe your kids, you know, it's like, hey, do you want to dress up in an EVA suit?
So we're going to see a lot of those this year, huh?
Yeah, the different style suits for the costume.
You don't have to just stick with the white and the gray, you know, you could use some colors, you know, a little bit like on Apollo lunar suits, where they would use different colored stripes to distinguish the commander, because in the photos, you're always going, who are we looking at? Oh, that's so-and-so and that's so-and-so.
Yeah.
I love that you guys were mentioning, you know, the future and how we're trying to work towards that now. And they mentioned when they were making the spacesuit that they're thinking about the manufacturing. Obviously, I've been in manufacturing for almost my entire engineering career, so I love manufacturing. But I love that we think about that in the beginning stages of the design. I think that's so important, because design for manufacturability will make things a lot easier if you start with that versus, you know, designing something that may be functional but is really hard to manufacture and having to go back and make those updates and changes. So I think that's so cool that the spacesuit team really, really focused on that with the suit.
Yeah. It's been so incredible to see the progression from the IVA suit to the early versions of the EVA suit to the suit that we see there on your screen. My personal favorite element is that not shield, the visor. There we go. That's the word. And the views that we will see of Jared and Sarah as they emerge from the top hatch. It's going to be incredible, and just the fact that just the visor itself, not only does it look cool, but it insulates them on the inside and the outside, depending, you know, if they're looking toward the sun or away from it. It helps to keep them cool or warm, respectively. I think that's just, it looks awesome, but it has an important functionality to it as well.
Yeah.
Kate, you mentioned the moment that Jared and Sarah are going to exit the capsule, and we heard a little bit about that experience from Mike on his multiple EVAs, and a little bit about the overview effect. I think, you know, traditionally the public hasn't really had, you know, a live view into these events, so it's truly a very unique, very historical and special event that we're also going to be live streaming for the public. You know, we're going to see their first overview effect. We're going to see them have that experience and kind of get to be along for the ride with them. So pretty exciting.
That is so
We will
cool.
have our own overview effect. That's that's an excellent point.
Yeah, there's a camera inside of their helmet, so we'll actually get their personal perspective of that, at least for Jared and Sarah exiting the vehicles, but also we'll get to see Anna and kids, you know, point of view from their camera too.
There's also a camera located on the Skywalker structure, so we'll also be able to see Earth/space with Jared/Sarah somewhere in that photo or video, which will be so cool.
Another one I'm interested, you know, we've heard, for example, the Inspiration 4 crew talk about their thoughts. Jared comes back. He flew the first time into relatively low Earth orbit. So he saw his overview effect, but the Earth that close kind of fills up everything. Now he's going to be 1,400 kilometers up. You know, not doing the EVA right there, but he's going to look out through the windows. And Pete Conrad, when they went up on Gemini 11 in 1966 to just below where Jared and team are going, Pete was, you know, he was out loud. The Earth is round. It looks different from this high. So it's like, okay, Jared, compare and contrast for everybody else who's stuck down here on Earth. You know, what's it really like? Could you tell you are 1,400 kilometers up versus being, you know, 250 kilometers or so the first time around on Inspiration 4.
Yeah, and even just the different viewpoint of having the cupola versus not, and, you know, being able to stretch your arms out and not hit the domed structure would certainly be an experience, although it's one of those things where it's like when you get on the roller coaster, you're told keep your hands inside the ride at all times. We know they have certain motions they're going to be doing to test out the mobility of the suit, but I hope they'll have an opportunity to just chill for a minute in the time that they are up there, because they're going to be seeing some incredible views.
Yeah, that's going to be super exciting. We'll get to watch them live the whole time. Again, as Atticus mentioned, we'll have live coverage, but also, you know, they do have an EVA. It will be scheduled. They will need to follow some procedures. Obviously, the EVA is for a test. It's to test the EVA suits, but we do have some margin in there, so they might be able to get, you know, if they're able to complete their test, they might just be able to get a minute or two to themselves to be able to enjoy that view.
Now, we are excited to watch that with them live whenever the EVA is actually happening. But for those of us who haven't experienced the overview effect personally, firsthand with our own eyes, here's a little bit more info on that phenomenon.
The overview effect is that sensation or that feeling that you get when you see our whole world from the perspective of being outside of it.
It ranges the whole spectrum from like how delicate the Earth may appear because, you know, it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to, you know, the vacuum of space.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you're, you know, journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
As you might imagine, the Polaris Dawn crew has spent a lot of time together through all of the training and preparation for this mission, and naturally that fostered some great camaraderie. So let's hear what the crew had to say about their team bonding.
I have so many wonderful memories working with this crew. One of the memories that stands out to me is back at the beginning of our relationship formation, and that was when we were climbing Cotopaxi together. The highs and lows of that experience and the mental toughness required really helped break down barriers and create a platform to form a trust.
I mean, you want to talk highs and lows, we were literally jumping out of airplanes. I think it just taught us an awful lot about each other, and moments of like unbelievable happiness and super lows where things weren't going to plan.
Mountains, flying fighter jets. Honestly, I think it's just the mundane moments that we have together to gel as a crew, and relying upon your crew, knowing when we need to ask for help.
We each do have things that we're not going to be the best at. We're not going to need to do everything. We can distribute the load to maximize what each person is bringing to the team. It's been such an adventure learning with them, learning about them, learning how to work with them. I don't think 5 days is going to be enough.
It is awesome to think about getting to live and work with each other for 5 days in this capsule. Getting to be with them while floating in space, doing work to contribute to long-term endeavors of human space flight. I am just so thrilled and excited and look forward to it.
Now, there are science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, but also the crew is taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around the planet. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
My dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
I don't know, you know, it's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping, you brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, we went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm going to bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something for everyone who's made a difference in this program.
I will, in particular, get to read the story from space to my kids here on Earth, as well as some of the brave kids of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I think that connection moment while I'm up there floating in space is something I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to have.
So as you can see here on your screen, the Polaris Dawn crew, the seats have rotated back into the launch position. So that is a good sign. Everyone remains comfortable, buckled into their seats. We're now just under an hour and a half until the next launch opportunity. And we are keeping our fingers crossed that the weather cooperates better this time than it did last time. So we saw a little bit there about what these 4 individuals are taking with them into space. I think Jared's advice was kind of interesting. Take less. I kind of agree with that. I personally would probably just take my wedding ring, some flower seeds to plant, and my favorite book. Speaking of which, we already mentioned it earlier, but it's just such a beautiful book. This is a book that Anna actually co-authored, and it is basically just like a story for her children, and she's taking a copy with her to space. And I'm going to order one for myself and very kindly ask her to sign it when she gets back.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that Anna gets to bring something that she wrote and created onto the vehicle with her. But Atticus, what would you take?
I don't know, maybe just some popcorn, some candy, some soft drinks,
Some snacks.
Yeah, some snacks. It's a long trip potentially. So.
Would you save any for you to eat when you came back to Earth, or?
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, maybe share with my friends some space candy.
There you go.
Jesse,
Some gifts.
What about you?
Oh, I would definitely have to bring a basketball.
Of course.
Basketball has made me who I am today, but what I really want to do is bring Space Jam to real life. That's my plan.
Amazing.
Yeah,
John,
your basketball will be your zero-G indicator.
That is genius,
Hey,
John.
or a Nerf ball. Yeah, Nerf basketball.
There we go.
Not for a mission with an EVA operation, though.
Oh, yeah.
John, what would you take?
I'll be more of a sentimentalist. When I was in the Air Force, working Titan launch vehicles, not the ICBMs, but the above-ground launch vehicles, the Air Force only had one way to distinguish, and that was to give you a rocket badge that you would pin on to your uniform shirt. And so it said, yes, you're working launch vehicles. Well, I've had that since 1980 when I started working launch vehicles, and it's actually been to space and back on a Falcon 9 first stage. So I would take that well-worn and well-traveled badge, and I'd take it with me again, and away it would go.
Yep.
And then come back down. So it'd have 2 flights on it.
Yeah.
And it would be a rocket badge. It'd be pretty cool.
I also thought of another one that you could do, your binder. The infamous webcast binder, just like I always have my my notebook. I think those would be 2 staples if we were to go.
Yep. My brains.
Who knows, maybe we'll do a webcast from space one day, right? We'll have some of our own employees up there, maybe broadcast live. You never know, right? That could be cool.
Anna and Sarah are making the way for us to go up there. So that could be a thing.
Yeah. We heard earlier that kid puked the whole time during his training. That would be me, 100%. I can barely ride in the back of an Uber.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a little bit more spicy than an Uber on the way up to space.
It's okay. I will hold down the fort here while you guys go.
It's only 4 Gs. Only 4 Gs.
Yeah. Anyway, we are continuing to count down to the next launch opportunity for the Polaris Dawn crew. For those of you that have just recently joined us, all 4 of our crew members are inside that Dragon capsule there on your screen. They are the only ones left at the launch pad. The closeout crew have departed the pad. And we unfortunately had to reset the countdown clock just past, I think it was like T-minus 48 minutes. So unfortunately, there was a last-minute radar scan that showed basically non-conforming weather requirements, and so we had to stand down and basically reset for our next opportunity, which is coming up in just an hour and 22 minutes. So the crew has remained in the Dragon capsule. Folks here for mission control are cycling through, getting an opportunity to stretch their legs, get some refreshments or some food, and really get refocused as we come back into almost right where we left off.
Yep, so as the clock continues to count, we're just at about T-minus 1 hour and 20 minutes. So far, everything with Falcon 9 and Dragon are being reported as healthy. But in the meantime, John, can we get a further status update?
Well, thanks, Atticus. T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes, as you're just saying. Everything is kind of in abeyance for the moment. We're waiting to get more information on weather. You can see a view of Dragon spacecraft on top of Falcon 9 at Launch Complex 39A on Kennedy Space Center. Lights are on in the crew access arm, but it doesn't mean anybody is in the arm. And you can see there on the screen, the crew. We rotated their seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes, just about 7 minutes ago. Currently, we're slowly moving up on T-minus 1 hour where things start to pick up.
Update.
And here comes the weather update.
Go LB.
All weather rules just cleared about 30 seconds ago, so we have a green range for weather rules, and we'll have our SpaceX meteorologist fill you in for the next T0.
That's great to hear, and stay by.
And Dragon SpaceX Weather Officer here. We did violate a number of launch rules for that cumulus that popped up at that initial T0, so made a good call there from the whole team, SLD 45 and all. And we are tracking a much better POV for this next T0. The Elbow is tracking a 35% chance of violation, and if everything holds as it currently looks for another 20-30 minutes, we should be able to step that POV down. But overall, looking good for this next launch attempt.
And copy that, Weather Officer. That's really great to know. 35% presently for POV and should be stepping down in the next 20 minutes or so. Good to hear.
Okay, so they've told the crew that what we're just getting from the launch weather officer. The first launch attempt we had to hold as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. A cell had popped up and it looked like we were going to be no-go at T0, which would have scrubbed us for the morning. So instead we held off before we began prop load into the Falcon 9. That preserved a second launch attempt coming up in just under 80 minutes from now. That T0 is planned for 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds universal time, or 5:23 and 49 seconds a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Just about an hour or so before dawn there in Cocoa Beach, Florida. So hopefully they'll get a good view if the weather continues to dissipate. As I mentioned, we had the crew rotate seats back into the launch position at T-minus 1 hour and 28 minutes. On the SpaceX Falcon 9 side, the launch chief engineer is going through a technical readiness poll, making sure that the Falcon team is ready to pick up the count as we get inside T-minus 1 hour. Also, amplify a little bit on the launch weather officer. It's always interesting. A probability of violation, or POV as they call it, of 35%. So that means essentially 1 chance in 3 of violating the weather constraints that we would have for a launch. It's interesting. An optimist would say it's a 60% probability of good weather. You know, I don't know why we do the probability of violation, but that's the history. It's been that for as long as I have known it. The big thing that is changing is that the weather was fairly chaotic over the last hour. It's very hard to model and predict as the boundary layer was coming ashore. What they're seeing right now in the weather radar is the boundary looks like it's dissipating. And as the Corps told the crew and the weather officer amplified, we ought to know more in about 20 minutes as we get down close to T-minus 1 hour, in which case the probability of violation may actually decrease, give us an even better chance. Still looking at a variety of things. The rain showers that we saw earlier on the camera lens, making sure that they've dissipated, that we don't fly through rain on the way up. We also want to make sure the big one is cumulus cloud rules. We don't want any thick, high altitude clouds in the flight trajectory. And then, of course, continuing to watch the winds, but that looks to be pretty good. And if the rain dissipates and goes away, then the electric field intensity, which is currently green and go for launch, should also stay that way. So fingers crossed that the weather will continue to improve and we get a go here to continue through T-minus 1 hour and then prop load and take it the rest of the way on down. But right now, Kate, things are looking a little more optimistic than they were an hour or so ago.
Yeah, certainly better. Hearing that we've got a 35% chance of violating the weather requirements instead of 60, that's certainly a welcome improvement. So let's talk a little bit about the research that's going to be going up. So Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris program, and this will conduct extensive scientific research to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve our lives down here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that process started well before today. Let's take a look.
We are in the Houston SpaceX office today. We are here for our what we call L-30 or launch minus 30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those require data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of our procedures when we go to flight.
There's a lot of steps for each one of these science experiments. They're beneficial for not only improving and enhancing healthcare here on Earth, but it helps us continue this progression with space exploration.
What Kid and Anna are doing with the endoscope up through the nose and looking down at the vocal cords, I mean, that is not something easy to perform, in a hospital environment, let alone in space. They certainly stand to learn a lot from it. Reestablishing someone's airway, that's worthwhile to know if we're going to Mars someday. But I think that's a tough one to perform in space. But you got 2 really highly motivated individuals that are going to try and conquer it.
In space, there's inflammation. We don't have the impact of 1G pulling on that fluid. So we need to better understand what that inflammation looks like. And once we have a better understanding, we can develop the procedures and the equipment necessary to handle any type of triage situation.
When we stepped into this virtual reality scenario, I think Kid and I liked it a lot because they're flying a spacecraft on Mars to kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor skills, some cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronauts' eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So they will be wearing a contact that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the interocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
We are doing an experiment called GDS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary, we've got to overcome some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause in furthering space exploration.
To date, Dragon has carried more than 1,000 research experiments to and from low Earth orbit and the International Space Station since 2012. Whether it's returning time-sensitive experiments from the International Space Station or bringing back science performed inside the spacecraft while in orbit, Dragon safely returns at home.
While docked with the International Space Station, Dragon can also act as a lab, providing extra room for astronauts to perform their work. And when the space station is fully booked, Dragon also serves as an extra bedroom when necessary.
Yeah, exactly, Kate. And actually, NASA astronaut Michael Hopkins, who joined us earlier in the show, slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Now, Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth. During the Inspiration 4 mission back in 2021, the crew, as you see there, conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour, just as the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research and experiments.
Yeah, and in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. The selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do so.
For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/humanspaceflight/research. Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts for this mission. The first commercial spacewalk, possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which, if that happens, it would break the altitude record set by the Gemini 11 mission, which was half a century ago.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network while in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer.
And Dragon, we are cycling the orbit tank isolation valves again to equalize the low-flow pressure system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're following.
And just a quick update from the core to the crew. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer, and inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. Now, this terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
And all of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there's a lot to be learned. If this works, the plug-and-placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
Yeah, this technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew actually had a chance to hear from the students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
SpaceX's ultimate goal is to make life multiplanetary, and Starship is the vehicle that will get us there. Starship is a fully reusable transportation system designed to carry a massive amount of cargo and large numbers of people to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Starship will be capable of carrying up to 200 metric tons to orbit and up to 100 passengers.
And we're still in the testing phase, but major milestones like flying at a high cadence, full reuse, and on-orbit refilling are key priorities. We're also building a second Starbase launch tower to further increase Starship's flight opportunities. This will also allow for continuous upgrades to the towers while continuing to launch. Now, also in testing, our engineers are proving out all systems necessary to make a trip to the Moon possible, such as propulsion, life support, and even the elevator that will take the crew and cargo from the Starship hatch opening down to the lunar surface.
In partnership with NASA, Starship will put the first Artemis astronauts on the Moon. The vehicle will perform one uncrewed demonstration flight before the Artemis 3 mission.
You are go for section 5 of 4.100. Report when you are go for launch.
And copy that, SpaceX. We're stepping into section 5, 4.100.
All right, so just the core syncing up with the crew, informing them that we are continuing with the launch countdown. So I was talking about the Artemis 3 program, the Artemis program, specifically the Artemis 3 mission, and how the Starship vehicle, like the one that you see there on your screen, will perform an uncrewed demonstration mission before the Artemis 3 mission. And that will be the first human surface expedition since 1972. With the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface.
SpaceX, section 5, 4.100. Crews go for launch.
All right, that is...
Copy, crew is go for launch.
Music to our ears. Crew is once again still ready for launch. So with the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the Moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
When the time comes for humans to explore the Moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface expedition. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we completed the fourth flight test of Starship on June 6th down in Starbase, Texas, as you see there. The Super Heavy booster lifted off successfully and completed a full duration ascent burn.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it back towards its splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, 7 minutes and 24 seconds into flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera as well as one of our marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
And speaking of those flaps, Starship provided live video throughout re-entry via SpaceX's Starlink satellites, providing most spectacular views. And we all cheered on the little flap that could as it hung on with the last strings for dear life. Now, these Starlink-enabled views, they were incredible, and we're looking forward to having similar incredible views on Polaris Dawn.
Yeah. Flight 4 ended with Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. The 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive improvements as we continue rapidly developing Starship into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, looking forward to Flight 5, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster. Now, returning the booster after launch is a core capability to Starship, becoming rapidly and reliably reusable.
And speaking of rapidly, as of August 21st, we had both towers fully stacked, which is so incredible to see.
That's a real photo. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, for those that have just recently joined us, you picked a great time because we are exactly 1 hour and 1 minute and 13 seconds away from launch. Welcome back to the coverage for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight capabilities while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The program's goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as building blocks to help further human exploration to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in the first flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
The Polaris Dawn crew will be performing some incredible firsts in space, including the first ever commercial spacewalk. And this mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 a half a century ago. The crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space. They will orbit the Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida. And over the course of their mission in orbit, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of human health during future long-duration space flights.
Now, liftoff time is still holding for 5:23 a.m. Eastern, and we're currently tracking no technical issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather at the moment is cooperating, but the last POV that we had was 35%, and we heard that it was going to improve as we get closer to T0, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Now, over the last more than 3 hours, I think more like 5 hours at this point, the Polaris Dawn crew donned their SpaceX suits and were then transported to the pad where our crew entered Dragon spacecraft, the one that you see there on your screen. Since arriving at the spacecraft, the crew were helped by our closeout team to get in their seats, those seats that you see there, attach their suits to the special umbilicals that provide breathing air and communication link to Dragon systems. They conducted successful leak checks and communications checks with the core here in Hawthorne, and that is the person who they will be speaking to directly throughout the mission. That stands for Crew Operations Resource Engineer.
Yeah, and the closeout team was able to seal the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. And the closeout team has already departed the pad. Once that hatch was sealed, they were able to clear the area and clear the pad. And now we've been doing some weather checks as we got closer and closer to T0. So again, we will be doing another final go, no go for launch. Before we get to that final go, no go, the next team will do an internal poll, making sure that conditions are right with Falcon 9, Dragon, the crew, the range, and the weather, of course. T-minus 1 hour until liftoff is the final evaluation checkpoint, or the last opportunity for the SpaceX team to adjust the launch time if it's needed. And with everything so far on track, let's take a moment to meet the crew that will be flying today.
The Polaris Dawn mission has many time objectives, so the Polaris program chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake challenges of this mission. Mission Commander Jared Rook Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds
for a weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
Hey, copy that.
So as we just heard, our opportunity for launching is sounding better and better. The probability of violation for weather rules has decreased from 35% probability to 20%. So that is excellent news. Now let's talk a little bit about our mission commander, Jared Rook Isaacman. He served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4.
Mission Specialist Sarah Cooper Gillis is a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, responsible for overseeing the company's astronaut training program. She helped prepare NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions, and most recently directly trained the Inspiration 4 astronauts. Sarah is an experienced mission control operator who has supported real-time ops for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. In 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX before moving into the astronaut training program full-time.
And to cap off the Polaris Dawn crew, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon, who also serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of the crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operational responses to vehicle emergencies. Prior to SpaceX, Anna worked for 7 years at NASA as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station. She received her bachelor's degree in mathematics and Spanish from the Texas Christian University and her master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke University.
And that is our Polaris Dawn crew and the first SpaceX employees to fly on a SpaceX mission. Anna and Sarah also supported Inspiration 4 and actually served as trainers for the crew of that mission. So I can only imagine how incredible and the feelings that they have and how wild it is to experience a launch from the other side of the mission. Now, as the Polaris Dawn crew prepared for this mission, they had a pretty cool opportunity to sit down with a legend of spaceflight, Apollo astronaut Charlie Duke, one of only 4 surviving moonwalkers from the Apollo program. He flew on the Apollo 16 mission to the lunar surface in 1972, and more than 50 years later, he had some great advice for our crew in advance of the first ever commercial spacewalk.
We have a launch commit and we have a liftoff. The swing arm is moving back.
I can see all the way to the ground, just like on the LTV. Piece of cake.
Welcome to our mission control.
Thank you very much.
We copy you down, Eagle. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
What emotions run through your head as you watch that?
For Apollo 11, it was really tense. Yeah, the tension in mission control was through the roof. You know, I was more tense in that landing when I actually did it. Because, you know, in the spacecraft, you're seeing all the systems, whereas in mission control, you're just looking at a little screen, you know, and ours never were this big. They were just little things. First off, I want to say thank you for inviting me to come out and get a briefing from y'all and maybe throw a little piece of advice every once in a while to you.
You're one of the 12 humans in history that has gotten to walk on the face of the moon, and now you're sitting here at SpaceX. I'm curious what your aspirations, your hopes, your dreams are for the future of human space exploration.
Well, I'm excited about the privatization of space. When it first came about, I was a little dubious, but then it was quickly obvious that SpaceX knew what they were doing, and I've been a big supporter of what SpaceX is doing in space, and manned and unmanned launches. I'm impressed with this facility, and first time I've been here.
Well, sir, it is a real honor. It is a real honor to have you here and have this conversation. Polaris Dawn, sir, is the first of up to 3 missions that are contemplated. So we're going to vent down the vehicle and conduct a spacewalk. And we're going to test out a new spacesuit that the engineers at SpaceX here have been developing. It's to learn really as much about this new generation suit that SpaceX has built and then the entire operation associated with it. I'll be one of the crew members that goes outside the vehicle. Sarah will be as well. And then Kit and Anna are going to be inside the vehicle in kind of supporting capacity and be the eyes and ears of, while we're outside.
Is that visor assembly separate from your...
The whole thing is
It's all integrated.
Yeah, it's a spiral waist zipper that we don and doff the suit.
It's important to have a suit that works. I mean, it's mobile and fits.
Sir, based on your training experiences, what was the most memorable thing you went through?
Let me cover something that's very similar to y'all's, and that's the Trans-Earth EVA.
Are you ready, Charlie? Roger, copy. Looks like the old moon.
Both the Apollo 15, 16, and 17 had no problems with the Trans-Earth EVAs. They're very spectacular. I mean, the view, that was my most impressive memory, really, is to float out, and there was the Earth down here about 180,000 miles away, and my job basically was hook myself in so I don't float off and hold on. How long are you depressurized?
So for the spacewalk, based on the vehicle design and what we can support, we have about 2 hours end to end for both depressurizing external operations and then repressurizing the spacecraft. But we'll all get suited up, depressurize the spacecraft, and then 2 people, one at a time, will go outside, come back in before we repressurize the spacecraft.
My advice is don't let go.
That's good advice.
I wish you well, and thank you.
The goal of SpaceX is to build technologies necessary to make life multiplanetary. And this is the first time in the 4 billion year history of Earth that it's possible to realize that goal. Missions like Polaris Dawn are helping accelerate those efforts by developing and testing technologies that will enable humans to live and work in space, while also improving life for us here and now.
I'm a total believer in the SpaceX mission and vision. I think the world is a more interesting place when you can journey among the stars. I believe that a lot of the questions that human beings have asked themselves since the beginning of time are probably out there, and we've barely scratched the surface, and SpaceX is trying to change that.
Polaris Dawn has some really ambitious objectives, and the missions that follow it will also as well. And the hopes for all of these is that we will develop technologies and test technologies that will help SpaceX ultimately achieve its long-term ambitions of making human life interplanetary.
What's really unique about the Polaris Dawn mission is it's a development mission. So not only are we taking the basic fundamentals of how to live in Dragon and operate the spacecraft, but we're now adding whole new operations for new suits, new systems, a new repressurization system in the capsule. There are whole new procedures for executing the spacewalks. We are doing incredible things, and we are changing the world, and we are making history.
The men and women of this organization the level of intelligence, it's unmatched. And that's why we're so passionate about our mission and about what SpaceX is continuing to do with their vision to further space exploration.
There's a lot of things that you can be on either side of debate on, but for sure, it's like it's okay to put a small percentage of our resources in advancing our species, and along the way, completely change the trajectory for humans on this planet in a positive way. And we can try and fix some of the day-to-day problems too. It doesn't have to be this either or, but yet so often it is.
We're coming up on T-minus 46 minutes. The launch director and the launch team have conducted their electronic poll. The launch director has also checked with the Dragon mission director for their readiness. Everything continues to look good. We're going to be hearing some instructions from the SpaceX launch director. He'll be making announcements on the control room lockdown and protocols for hold or launch escapes. And he'll also be reminding the team that inside of T-minus 10 seconds, only the computer can abort the launch. Now, once the LD, the launch director, gives these instructions, they will clear the team to proceed with moving the crew arm away from the launch vehicle. You can see the arm is in the access position right now, but once we get...
Poll is complete and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the C or LD and they'll approve during the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
We've heard the instructions. We're waiting to hear them inform the crew that access arm retract has started. We're also watching on the monitors as we see the crew access arm, waiting for it to begin into motion. Now, once we get through this, then we will be arming the launch escape system, and there's a view.
Access arm retraction has started.
Crew access arm retraction has started. Once that's all the way back in the stowed position, we'll arm the launch escape system, proceed down to propellant load starting at T-minus 35 minutes. One other update, weather probability of violation, as we mentioned, down to 20%, and they just checked with the launch weather officer. Nothing appears to be in the area that would be a risk to T0 in just over 44 minutes. And Jesse, you can see crew access arm starting to come back now.
Yeah, this is a very exciting moment here. This is one of the last major visual milestones that we'll see in preparation for liftoff. And soon we should also hear the call out that the
Crew
launch...
access arm retraction is complete.
And great call there. That is the conclusion or completion of the crew access arm retraction. We should also hear the call out for the launch escapes.
Dragon, you are go for section 6. Close visors and arm the launch escape system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are stepping into section 6. We're going to close visors and arm LES.
And there it is. They're getting ready to arm the launch escape system. And the crew is closing their visors, which you can see there. This is in preparation for that arming of the launch escape system. And then also coming up will be Falcon 9 prop loading beginning.
Yeah, we can see their tablets there on their legs, strapped on top of their
SpaceX
suits.
Dragon, section 6.2, our visors are closed, and we are proceeding with arming LES.
SpaceX copies.
So those tablets that they have provide all the information that they need for the mission. the crew, as you can see, reporting that they are ready for the next steps, reporting that all their visors are closed, arming of the launch escape system now coming up.
And we're just waiting for the call out.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Copy that, SpaceX. We show the same.
Yep, that's
SpaceX
good news.
Dragon, we're closing out 4.100.
4.100, a reference to
SpaceX copies closing 4.100.
That's a procedure the crew is running on their tablets. So with that, the launch escape system is now armed. Should something happen that requires Dragon to execute an emergency escape, if something were to happen to the Falcon 9 or the pad right now, system is ready to go. There's another key reason. Once we got the crew access arm back, we went right into arming the launch escape system, because once that system is armed, should we need to have the crew leave but depart via the crew access arm, that arm took a minute or so to retract. It can actually come back into the support position much faster than that. So there's a high-speed mode, but that high-speed mode requires that we be in the armed configuration so that it'll be enabled. So if that was needed, the crew could then leave the hatch, go down the arm, and depending upon the direction, they can take the elevators. The elevators are currently at level 255. When the ground team left the pad, they send the elevators back up. So if the crew needs them, they're right there. And of course, we have the slide wire basket system on 39A is another way. So there's several ways if the crew had to leave. But the good news is, coming up 40 minutes before launch, everything continues to go well, technically, on Falcon 9 and Dragon, and it looks like the weather has begun to cooperate now. Now, next major event coming up at T-minus 35 minutes will be the start of propellant loading on Falcon 9. Once we get into that, then we're committed to the T0, even though there's still more time in the window and a third launch opportunity if we need it. We would not be able to take advantage of that if we get propellant going into the Falcon 9. Again, the views from 39A, the arm is retracted. You can't tell it, but launch escape system is armed on the Dragon spacecraft. It's quiet right now on the nets. Team is mostly just waiting for the clock to get to 35.
And this is getting pretty exciting. You know, we were very close to this point about an hour and a half ago. And again, we did make that call due to weather to move the T0. And we did that prior to propellant loading, because once we start propellant loading, we're basically committed to that T0, which was a great call, again, from the team on monitoring the weather and going for the second T0, which has a much better probability of good weather at the T0. So very, very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. We were operating at a 60% probability of violation, i.e. 40% favorable at the original T0. Called it off just before prop loading. And now, fast forward to hour and a half, 2-ish hours later, you know, we're now closer to 20%, or not closer, we are at 20% probability of violation, so 80% favorable. So definitely a significant increase. And as you said, stepping into prop load is a pretty strong vote of confidence that we're going to be able to make it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there is always that 20%. But we are optimistic that we're going to see our Polaris Dawn crew in orbit sooner than later.
And it shows, you know, this is a perfect example of, you know, why we have all these procedures and these milestones where we're checking in throughout the countdown. to make sure that, you know, we have opportunities to make the right decision, again, for safety being the number one thing that we're always looking out for, especially with crew on board, but just for any mission. And we were able to...
tanks will vent for the start of propellant load in 5 seconds.
Yeah, we'll be hearing call-outs throughout the countdown up to the crew to let them know what's happening, both Falcon 9 and Dragon. And then we'll also hear call-outs on Ascent.
Yeah, and the Corps is keeping them updated so that they, you know, there's going to be new sounds coming inside of the vehicle, and the Corps can keep them updated since they won't be able to see what's happening, but they might be able to hear it. So they'll be able to monitor, you know, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the Corps is updating them with each milestone.
Now, our next major event, as we've mentioned, is the start of propellant loading onto the Falcon 9. We'll hear that starting at T-minus 35 minutes. We also may hear the call-out launch auto sequence has started. That is the ground computer program that controls the last 35 minutes. And we should also, as we mentioned, hear the launch director call out to the crew that propellant loading has begun. Propellant loading sequence on the Falcon 9 begins with loading fuel onto both the first and the second stages. That's the RP1 kerosene fuel that we use. We'll also begin with liquid oxygen loading onto the first stage. Now, the second stage fuel loading will finish up fairly quickly at about T-minus 20 and a half minutes. And then 4 minutes after that, we'll begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage. But right now, T-minus 35 minutes, 30 seconds, everything continues to go well. We're waiting for the handover from the countdown master sequence to the launch automatic sequence to begin propellant loading. Once that begins, that'll commit us to a launch early this morning here at Pad 39A in Florida. We'll listen in now for the start of propellant loading.
The launch auto sequence has started.
And great call out there. We just heard that the launch auto sequence has begun. This means that propellant loading has begun on Falcon 9. Now we are T-minus 34 minutes and 45 seconds from liftoff. Dragon was loaded with its propellants about a couple weeks ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And for the fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Now, together, these propellants feed the Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario.
And again, now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad.
Now, some of you are very familiar with the vehicles on the launch pad today, but for those of you who aren't, no worries. We're about to make you instant experts. Now, on the left side of your screen is a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft on top. Together, they stand about 229 feet tall. Falcon 9, of course, is a reusable 2-stage rocket, which means it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle. You can see soot from the previous 3 missions that this booster has flown, and those missions include NASA Crew 8 as well as 2 Starlink missions. The first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through Earth's atmosphere and into space. To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of the stage. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. At liftoff, the Merlin engines use these propellants to provide the first stage with a thrust greater than 5 747 airplanes at full power. And these engines consume about 700 gallons of fuel per second. The first stage accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere into space, and then separates from the rest of the rocket at just about 2.5 minutes into flight. From there, the first stage will do what no other orbital class rocket in the world can do. It will make its way back down to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which you can see there on your screen. And this drone ship is currently parked and holding position a couple hundred miles downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. Our drone ships are essentially autonomous powered spaceports, and they allow our rocket to land offshore. For reference, our drone ships are about the size of a football field, so while they may look small on screen, they're actually pretty big in real life. Reusability is a critical part of our goal of making life multiplanetary. And to that end, we're working toward qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support up to 40 missions each. As mentioned previously, Falcon 9 is a two-stage rocket, and above the first stage is the second stage. The second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine ignites after stage 1 separates from stage 2. The second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and while the first stage gets us out of the Earth's atmosphere and away from the extreme forces of gravity, the second stage is designed to operate in the vacuum of space and deliver payloads, like Dragon today, to their target drop-off orbit. And of course, we have a great team here at SpaceX that will be monitoring both Falcon 9 and Dragon after liftoff.
And like Atticus said, we have teams here in Mission Control, Hawthorne, and that team is responsible for close monitoring of the crew and Dragon every step of the way as the spacecraft orbits the planet along its customized flight path. On console or headset are a number of positions who are monitoring the health of the vehicle and crew. The mission director, responsible for mission success, is in charge of that room. And the person that you'll hear talking to the astronauts, and the person we have been hearing speaking to the astronauts, is the crew.
Stage 1 cryohelium load has started.
The Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE. The other positions are focused on things like navigation and control of the vehicle, avionics, software, propulsion, life support systems, and communications with ground segments.
Different members of the SpaceX team will rotate through these positions throughout the mission to ensure 24/7 coverage of the crew and Dragon through splashdown, which will be about 5 days from now. And it's worth mentioning that 2 of our crew members, Anna and Sarah, have sat in these very seats before as part of the SpaceX team. Anna served in mission control during multiple Dragon missions, including Demo 2, Crew 1, CRS 22 and 23, Crew 3 and Crew 4, as well as Axiom 1. And Sarah has supported real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. And now they'll get to see what it's like from the other side inside of Dragon.
Although Anna and Sarah have trained astronauts for SpaceX missions, they were not exempt from going through that exact training themselves. The Polaris Dawn crew has gone through the same rigorous SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts. Plus, they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extracurricular vehicle activity.
We had an opportunity to talk to Anna, Jared, Kid, and Sarah about their training experiences, and here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush of emotions that comes with, recognizing that you are about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning into the wind, out of an aircraft, and then you just let go and you fall. It was incredible training, some of the most memorable training we've done.
For the centrifuge training, the purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain, it's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated, you're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
Before the segment, I called it an extracurricular activity. My brain is clearly tired. It's extravehicular activity. And as we mentioned earlier, much of the training that the crew went through was to prepare them to perform that extravehicular activity, or an EVA. Because Dragon does not have an airlock, the entire cabin will be depressurized. So essentially, all 4 astronauts will be performing the EVA. Jared and Sarah will exit the spacecraft to perform their tasks, while Kid and Anna remain inside to conduct their experiments and act as the ears and eyes. The EVA will last about 2 hours from the time that the cabin air is vented to when it is repressurized again.
As they prepare for the EVA, the crew...
Stage 2 cryohelium load has started.
Good call-outs there. As they prepare for the EVA, the crew will go through a pre-breathing procedure, which will involve slowly dropping the atmospheric pressure of Dragon while increasing the concentration of oxygen in the air. This process is similar to what is known as a safety stop in the diving community. This will give their bodies plenty of time to acclimate to the difference in pressure ahead of the EVA.
SpaceX designed the EVA suits for the Polaris Dawn crew, and they'll wear it during the spacewalk. The EVA suits protect the crew inside the spacecraft while also allowing them to leave the spacecraft when needed.
Upgrades include new joint designs that remain soft until pressurized while maintaining mobility, improved thermal management, and an upgraded helmet with an exterior coating that acts like a sun visor, along with a camera and heads-up display that provides information on the status of the suit during the spacewalk.
Let's take a look at the making of the suits that our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial EVA.
An EVA suit is an extravehicular activity suit, which is a spacesuit that can go outside of the spacecraft to do a spacewalk. We started with the IVA suit that we have, the intravehicular activity suit, as a kind of starting point, and looked at it and said, what would we have to change about this to be able to support a spacewalk? So the first is mobility. The crew will have to do a lot of moving around inside of Dragon to get outside and do the spacewalk. We had to add in new joints and new features in the suit to allow them enhanced mobility while the suit's pressurized.
When a crew member is pressurized in the suit, the soft portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexure and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexure joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint that exists on the shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam. But since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not their choice. By moving the zipper system from the inseam to the waist, we mitigated risk of the stress of the zipper.
And another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA, so we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective, since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA, but it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation. The ultimate goal is that you can put on a spacesuit and go out and get work done anywhere in the solar system and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Between 190 to 700 kilometers above Earth, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt the first ever commercial spacewalk. Here's how it all came together.
EVA stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We have them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right on the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the Moon and Mars.
All right, we are T-minus 17 and just under a half minutes until liftoff of Polaris Dawn. This mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date. There'll be lots of research experiments performed while the crew is on orbit, and most notably, they're going to perform the first ever commercial spacewalk. We're super excited to see the clock continue to count down. The crew is in their seats. The vehicle is actually being loaded with propellants as we speak. That began at T-minus 35 minutes. The launch system is armed, and we have gotten the okay to go from the crew. They are ready to go to space.
Yeah, it's super exciting. We've got their new EVA suits on board with the crew. This will be the first time that we've ever flown these EVA spacesuits, which I think is...
LOX load has started.
Which I think is one of the most exciting parts about this mission. And we did get a good call that Stage 2 LOX liquid oxygen loading is now beginning on the vehicle.
Now, this mission will orbit Earth for about 5 days. And in addition to the first commercial spacewalk, it'll be the first time that we will be utilizing our newly designed Skywalker hardware, which I love the name. And it is a mobility aid that Sarah and Jared will use in their EVA suit testing during their EVA. So we are very much looking forward to the launch in just over 15 and a half minutes now. And everything so far looking good. We had much improved weather conditions when our first T0 occurred. Was 12:38. Wasn't so great. Here we are sometime later, and we're looking at a 20% favorability. So as you can see on your screen, like I said, about 15 minutes from the liftoff of Polaris Dawn. Lots of excitement building here in the building in Hawthorne, just outside of Mission Control. Now, I can only imagine what the crew is feeling as the clock counts down. Now, as we all wait together, let's hear from some of the crew of the Inspiration 4 mission as they reflect on what they were feeling just before their mission liftoff.
I gotta say, right now, launching, people always ask me if I was afraid as soon as the engines lit and started taking off. And I was like, no, I was ready. But for me, you know, liftoff was really about concentrating on my job as the mission pilot. And I was wondering, because you guys, you know, were able to kind of sit there and enjoy it and sense it. How was it for you?
Launch was the most fun I've ever had. I was just so excited, and people had been asking me, like, are you going to be nervous? And I thought I would be, but I just, again, I kept waiting to get nervous, and it didn't come. And then they're counting down from 10, and I remember saying, let's do this. Oh. And I might have had an expletive in there too. But then, you know, we're hearing the 10 count, and it's delayed because of the delay from Mission Control. And so we're hearing, like, they're on maybe 2 whenever we're actually lifting off. Right. But Jared was giving us his own count. And I remember he said something like, all right, guys, get ready. And then we felt this big jolt. And then, of course, a lot of G-forces that came on really quickly, but it was just so smooth. Yeah. And I remember I had the biggest smile on my face. Like, I was having so much fun.
Yeah. And for me, it wasn't just sitting there idly going for a ride. It was thinking about, okay, what am I hearing? What's that pressure I'm feeling through my chest? Because this is happening probably just once, right? And so how do you share this? How do you tell someone what you're going through in this moment if you're not paying attention to everything? And so that's what I was really trying to do was, you know, look between my toes at the window or look over at your screen, Cyan, and see, you know, where we are.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could see how much you could see, because I couldn't see out the, you know, I was laser focused on listening to Jared and watching the monitor, and I was surprised at how smooth it was, because I was expecting for it to be a little bit more, you know, where the monitors are going like this, but it wasn't at all. But I always wondered, did you look between your toes and see? Could you see out? Were
I
you
don't
able
think I
to?
did. I remember right before we launched, just seeing it was very dark, but I don't think we could really see anything except darkness.
Yeah, I don't think we really could see anything except, and it wasn't until we got into space that we made our first orbit around it, where the sun was, rising from the other side of the Earth, that we actually got our first light from the sun enter the capsule.
Yeah.
Yes, and I remember saying out loud, "Is that the Earth?" And like, obviously, what else would it have been? But it was just so unbelievable. I had to say it out loud.
Yeah, interesting comment about first light. We'll be launching about an hour before sunrise at Cocoa Beach, Kennedy Space Center. But as they head into orbit, I wonder how long it'll take before we get sunlight into the capsules. They're heading northeast towards the sunrise.
Yeah, the crew is certainly prepared for some pretty amazing views on ascent. We just heard from the Inspiration 4 crew about some of their experience with their launch. I absolutely love hearing them describe just how smooth the ride is. That's always so surprising to me. We have 9 M1Ds, 1.7 million pounds of thrust, but yet somehow the ride is still smooth. That's just amazing.
I was actually just looking back at my Inspiration 4 liftoff notes in my handy-dandy notebook, and Sarah, who is our mission specialist on the far right-hand side of your screen there, was actually the core for liftoff of Inspiration 4. So I'm sure she's having a great 360 moment. Now, as we approach the last few minutes before liftoff, we have some well wishes for the crew.
Anna, Sarah, Kid, Jared, from the Dragonflight software team.
On behalf of the Dragon Propulsion build team,
Dragon Avionics here.
The materials team.
For the Midway building team, the Draco team, the Dragon Propulsion engineering team,
Falcon Flight Reliability,
from the Falcon Build Reliability engineering team to Polaris Dawn.
We're so excited for you on this Polaris Dawn mission. We're wishing you the best of luck from McGregor.
Thanks for allowing us the opportunity to do a lot of testing.
Thank you for flying Dragon.
Please remember to keep your hands, arms, legs, and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
May Falcon and Dragon propel you to unimaginable heights.
We know our engines will get you there safe.
Go fly higher than Dragon's ever flown before. And hope you enjoy your internet in space.
Good luck! Safe travels and
go Polaris Dawn.
Go Polaris Dawn!
Godspeed, Polaris Dawn.
We're waiting to hear Core talking to the crew. Configure crew displays and give them the farewell
Copy,
message.
Dragon. Enjoy the journey and go safely.
To our SpaceX family, thank you. Today is all of our mission. You are launching with us. So many more cycles have gone into the stage. This is the dawn of a new future in space.
Coming up on T-minus 9 minutes and counting. Displays are configured for launch. We've heard from the crew. Core is giving them the ready to launch message. Now coming up here, as we launch, you're going to hear some call outs, possibly stage 1A or mode 1 alpha. These are abort modes that just let the crew know as we're flying what they should be prepared for in case they had to execute an emergency escape from the Falcon 9. Don't expect that, but they are trained, and that's when you hear 1A, that means they've lifted off. 1B you might hear, that'll come late in the ascent as we're throttling down the Merlins on the first stage. And then when we're on second stage, you'll hear 2A and eventually Shannon, which is a call out for Ireland that tells the crew that they can cross the North Atlantic. And then finally we get into orbit and everything gets disabled and Dragon will separate. But right now, coming up on T-minus 8 minutes, everything continues to go well.
At T-minus 7 seconds, we should hear the call out that stage 1 engine chill has started. At this point in time, when we hear that, we'll know that we're beginning to flow a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen through the first stage engines. This helps to basically pre-chill the engine hardware prior to the full flow of that super chilled liquid oxygen. This helps the ignition sequence and helps to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware. At this point in time, Falcon continuing to undergo its propellant loading operations. And standing by for the call out for that engine chill ignition, initiation.
Engine chill has started.
And great news there. As Kate mentioned, engine chill has begun. And we are loading propellants on Falcon 9's first and second stage. Second stage propellant loading for RP1 has completed. We're getting close to wrapping up propellant loading on stage 1. And while RP1 will be completed around the T-minus 6 minute mark, liquid oxygen loading will continue on both first and second stage as we get closer to the T0. So we should hear a call
Stage
out.
1 RP1 load is complete.
Perfect timing. Stage 1 RP1, or the fuel for the Falcon 9 vehicle, has completed on the first stage.
Now coming up next at around T-minus 5 minutes, we should hear a call out that Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count. This is similar to the startup phase of the count for Falcon. It's essentially when the vehicle takes over control of the count and starts to operate on internal power and on internal computers. So of course, Falcon 9 enters the startup phase at T-minus 1 minute, and Dragon will transition to configure for terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes. Got a great view right now of both Dragon on the left side of your screen and our 4 crew members on the right. We are now approaching the final minutes of the countdown here.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strongback retract.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
So we've heard the call out. Dragon's configured for the last 5 minutes of the count. We're also pressurizing the second stage propellant tanks, first stage tanks. The strongback retract will be coming up next.
Strongback is retracting.
All right, so there's that call out. We should begin to see it retract slightly from Falcon 9. LOX load continues on both first and second stage. Fuel loading is complete on first and second stage. We expect the LOX load to complete on first stage at T-minus 3 minutes and complete on second stage around T-minus 2 minutes.
Yeah, we do try and load the liquid oxygen as close to T0 as possible. This keeps the liquid oxygen is at cryo temperature, so it keeps it as cold as possible, which allows it to be as dense as we possibly can keep it while we're loading the tanks. That allows us to get a little bit more liquid oxygen into those tanks. And as Kate mentioned, at T-minus 3 minutes, we should see stage 1 liquid oxygen loading completing. And at T-minus 2 minutes, that will be stage 2 liquid oxygen loading completion. And once we hit that T-minus 2 minute mark, that will conclude propellant loading for Falcon 9. We are coming up here just about 10 seconds or so for that call out of stage 1 liquid oxygen loading.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
Okay, there's the call out.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Dragon's on internal power. First stage, propellant tanks are loaded. Next major event, approximately T-minus 2 minutes, liquid oxygen load completes on the second stage. After that, at about T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds or so, we will tell the crew to expect loud venting as we depressurize and drain the lines up the side of the strongback. And then as we get down inside the last minute 45 and then 1 minute, we'll get Dragon into countdown. Falcon 9 computers will go to startup. Waiting for the call out now for liquid oxygen.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And there we go, LOX loading complete on second stage. All major propellant activities are complete. Dragon
is in auto idle.
Dragon's gone to auto idle, one of the states in its flight computer. We'll begin venting down the lines.
Gas closeouts are starting. Expect loud venting.
There we go. So the plume you see coming off of the strong back here, that's normal. As we come up on T-minus 1 minute, we'll hear Dragon computers in the countdown, Falcon 9 computers in the countdown, flight termination system armed, and then we'll hear the goes. So let's listen into the last 66 seconds of the countdown.
FPS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
Send us, SpaceX.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition, and go Falcon, go Polaris.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T-plus 35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And we're throttling down in preparation for max Q. Next call out, the vehicle supersonic. And there on the left side, we've got the Polaris Dawn crew.
Supersonic.
Thumbs up from the pilot on the left side there.
Max Q.
We're throttled back up to power.
1 Bravo.
And we heard the call out 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That just tells the crew what would happen should they need to initiate anything. But right now, everybody making nominal callouts on Falcon 9. Nice views from the ground camera and nice view from inside Dragon.
MVAC chill is underway.
The announcement lets us know we've begun the final chill of the second stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T-plus 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Two minutes into flight. Everything continues to look good. We'll have, in half a minute, 3 major activities. shutdown of the 9 Merlin 1D engines, stage
Stage 1
separation,
throttle down.
and then ignition of the second stage engine. Throttle down, we're holding a constant acceleration now for the crew just below 4 Gs. See, we're coming up 70 kilometers. Preparing for MECO.
Main engine cut off.
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha. Impact ignition.
As you can tell by the cheers behind us and the views on your screen, the first stage booster now on its way to attempt landing on Just Read the Instructions. Second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that the first stage has not yet reached its apogee. You can see the altitude there. Lots of thumbs up there. Excuse me, from pilot Scott Kid Poteet. Now 3.5 minutes into the Polaris Dawn mission. First stage continuing to make its way up to its apogee. We'll see that altitude begin to slow down.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Great news there, indicating
Dragon copy.
that the second stage trajectory is looking good. Now the grid fins have deployed on the first stage. If we get first stage views, we might be able to see the Florida coast in the background. Oh, they're right there. Yeah, we sure can. Once again, our drone ship is attempting to land on, our booster is attempting to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. Now, the next event coming up will be the entry burn, taking place around T plus 7.5 minutes. This burn will utilize 3 of the engines on the first stage. That helps to slow the booster down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
Following the entry burn, we will see the landing burn, and that'll be around T plus 9 minutes. That one will be just a single engine burn. And that will bring the booster down for a soft landing on our drone ship. Around the same time as that, we expect to see Dragon be injected into orbit. Everything continuing to look good for second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. Beautiful glow with that MVAC engine nozzle. We can see the crew settling
Dragon
quite.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
Crew seems pretty comfortable there at T plus 6 minutes. They're at about 4 Gs. And everything looks good. First stage continuing its descent back down to planet Earth. We can see the crew remain with their visors down in the locked position. That'll remain that way until they are in orbit. Everything continuing to look great with the second stage engine burn there, as well as the
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
We're about 30 seconds away from the first stage entry burn. This is the first of 2 burns that the first stage will perform. designed to help reduce the amount of drag experienced by the first stage.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
All right, standing by for entry burn begin on the first stage, there on the left-hand side of your screen.
And right on time, you can see on your left-hand screen that the entry burn has begun. There's 3 engines lit on that first stage vehicle. And this is about a 29-second burn and helps slow the vehicle down as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. There you can see that the engines have now shut down on that first stage. That concludes the entry burn. And the cool part about this, with the stage 1 vehicle returning back to Earth, is we get to fully utilize the atmosphere. The atmosphere actually...
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
The atmosphere actually scrubs about 70% of the velocity on the vehicle. So we use that entry burn to help slow the vehicle down. Then we utilize the atmosphere and the drag from the atmosphere to slow the vehicle down. And then we do have one single burn for the landing burn.
Copy, Shannon.
And next up will be SECO 1. And that is second stage engine cutoff 1, and that'll be on the second stage. That MVAC engine on your right-hand screen will shut down and allow the vehicle with Dragon attached to coast.
MVAC shut down.
And there's that shutdown. And the landing burn on the first stage should be starting up here momentarily. And there it is. Landing burn has begun for...
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system disarmed.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we show the same.
And a lot of events happening right there, but you can see that the stage 1 vehicle has touched down. Just read the instructions. A very excited crowd there. Here in Hawthorne, we've also confirmed MVAC engine shutdown and orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty impressive crowd for 2:30 in the morning here. We can see the crew enjoying their first taste of microgravity there on the left-hand side of your screen. Now that the MVAC engine has shut down, they are able to just kind of float free. We might catch a glimpse of the zero-G indicator. Can't quite tell if they've... Oh, it looks like it's in the upper right-hand corner. It'll come back into view here. Once again, they will keep their visors on until given the okay by core here on the ground. At this point in time, the Dragon and the Dragon trunk remain attached to the second stage. Second stage is basically safing itself in preparation for the separation from the Dragon trunk. Of course, the trunk will remain attached to the Dragon capsule all the way up until the point in which we begin re-entry operations. The trunk is what will help provide power to the Dragon capsule while it is on orbit using its solar arrays. Looks like our first clear view of planet Earth there, our first of many for this mission. And the next event coming up will be the separation of the Dragon from the second stage. I believe this view here is, yep, it's of the trunk. We can see it separating from the second stage. A gorgeous view. We can see that Polaris
Dragon
Dawn.
separation confirmed.
And copy that, SpaceX, we show the same.
Polaris Dawn flying free into the sunrise. We're now at T plus 13 minutes and 5 seconds into the mission. Next major event will be nose cone deploy.
Dragon, SpaceX. Today you embark on a journey not just for yourselves, but for all of humanity. Each of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
LD, CE, message received. We appreciate the kind words. We wouldn't be on this journey without all 14,000 of you back at SpaceX and everyone else cheering us on. We appreciate it, and we're going to get to work now.
Some really nice words there from our tonight's launch director, Frank Messina, who, fun fact, was also the launch director on Inspiration 4, as well as chief engineer for this mission, Jared Metter. Really nice to see some endearing, or hear some endearing words up to the crew.
Well, and with that, the Polaris Dawn crew, they're now in orbit. T plus 15 minutes, and they are scheduled to spend up to the next 5 days in space. We heard that tone for a minute. We thought we might hear from the crew, but they're going to spend the next 5 days in space before splashing down off the coast of Florida.
The Polaris Dawn crew is the Polaris Dawn mission is the first mission in the Polaris program that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. All of this while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. You can learn more about the Polaris Dawn program and the Polaris program at polarisprogram.com.
This mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago. And there it looks like we can see some nose cone separation action happening. Now, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test the Starlink laser-based communications in space.
Over the course of the mission, we'll be checking in periodically with the crew. Next up, Dragon will initiate a 2-day pre-breathe process to prepare the crew for their upcoming spacewalk, and that'll be this Thursday, September 12th.
Dragon SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk, so please be sure to tune in for our live coverage of this historic milestone.
And of course, we will also be back to bring you live coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can stay on top of any potential live events from the crew by following us on X at SpaceX.
And keep tabs on the mission with the Dragon Tracker at SpaceX.com. With that, it's been a great early morning. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here soon.
And yeah. So our counter might have actually been off by a few seconds there, as I think the stream is only delayed by about 30. So we still have a few seconds until we should see that rocket. There we have ignition on Spacey's cam as well.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Yeah, and there we just had a call out that stage 1 propulsion is normal, so basically the rocket is performing as expected. And as I said before, and you can see on the checklist there, next up event is Max Q in about 20 seconds.
T plus 35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And we're throttling down in preparation for Max Q. Next call out, the vehicle supersonic. And there on the left side,
in the capsule.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Thumbs up from the pilot on the left side there.
Max Q.
And there we have Max Q.
We're
So
throttled.
as explained before, that's just the part when the rocket experiences the most aerodynamic pressure and stress on the whole vehicle.
Happen should they need to initiate anything. But right now, everybody making nominal callouts on Falcon 9. Nice views from the ground camera and nice view from inside Dragon.
MVAC chill is underway.
The announcement lets us know we've begun the final chill of the second stage engine in preparation for its activity coming up at about T plus 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, I just fully love how night launches look. I just look at it on the right. It's slowly disappearing now, but that just looks so cool. And as I said before, if you ever get the chance to experience a launch in first person, definitely go for it. It's like an amazing experience, and I'll never forget my first time. It's just, it looks so cool, and it's way brighter than you would ever expect.
And ignition of the second stage engine. Throttle down. We're holding a constant acceleration now for the.
Everything.
In a few minutes, you'll have that view for yourself. For assistance, for example, it also has the Starlink antenna in there, the laser which they use to communicate with Starlink network, and yeah, that's all in the trunk. So everything that's not like life essential is, as far as I know, in the trunk.
I believe this view here is, yep, it's of the trunk. We can see it separating from the second stage.
Oh, that's an awesome view.
A gorgeous view.
With the Earth, that's so cool. Wow, just wow.
We can see that Polaris
Dragon
Dawn.
separation confirmed.
And copy that, SpaceX and Chevrolet.
Wow. I mean, I can also just applaud. This looks just so fascinating. It's so cool. Yeah, now let's just imagine you're actually sitting up there in that capsule, and in a few minutes you'll have that view for yourself. It would just be so cool. Yeah, and another question I had was when the spacewalk is going to be. And as far as I know, the spacewalk is going to be on the third day. I'll just check my notes here. Yeah, so as far as I know, that's going to be on the third day. So they're going to do some stuff in orbit first, some tests, and of course verify that all systems of the Dragon are working as expected. And then after that, they're going to do the spacewalk. Yeah.
That lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
That's so cool. I still can't get how just cool this view looks. You can still see the Dragon up there. So we were basically looking from the second stage out to Dragon. So that's that small thing next to the sun there. And it just looks so cool. And I'm still fascinated how it can just like take just about 10 minutes to get from the ground all the way to orbit. Yeah, it's just so insane. I just love it. Yeah, super cool. And we did have another question that's not really related to the mission, but it's also spaceflight, so I might answer it. And that's basically if I think that the booster catch attempt from SpaceX is going to be successful. So I'm not an engineer yet, so I can't. I'm not engineer at SpaceX, so I don't fully understand all of the systems, of course. So it's just an educated guess what I'm gonna say. But if they're actually going to try for that booster catch attempt, because I think what they're going to do is they're going to target the launch tower, and in case anything goes wrong during descent of that booster from Starship, they're going to divert it into the Gulf of Mexico in front of the launch tower to not crash the launch site. Yeah, but I think if they actually get there, that they're shortly before igniting the engines, they might have a good chance of actually catching it. Because if you saw the landing video from the last booster, I think that was like from Bowie. There was a cool video where you could see it land, and that actually looks kind of stabilized. So I think there's a good chance of us actually seeing a booster catch attempt, or like really close to good a catch attempt when they when they do the next flight. And actually, on stream we can just see the capsule, or what's that even called? Yeah, I'm missing the word right now, but you can see it on stream. You can see it open, so basically that will enable the crew to look outside and see this amazing view. Yeah, so let's listen to SpaceX for a second again.
SpaceX nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts, and nose cone open is in progress.
Yeah, nose cone. That's what it's called. So they're opening the nose cone right now, as you saw there a second ago.
Copy that, SpaceX. We are tracking.
And again, that's Thursday, September 12th for that spacewalk, so please be sure to tune in for our live coverage of this historic milestone.
And of course, we will also be back to bring you live coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can.
Okay, so I'll mute SpaceX real quick again so we can use that time to answer some more questions. Because we did have someone ask what happens to the second stage, so the one we're currently seeing the view from. And basically, the second stage doesn't land like the first one. And that's simply because as soon as you're in orbit, you could see a second ago on the bottom right of the screen there that the rocket was traveling like. Let me just switch this away. So that's just a board cam, because our Starbase cam is also it's rainy out there, so I also can't see too much. So I'll just point our port cam over at the drone chips. But yeah, so they don't catch or land the second stage because the energy required to brake from an orbital speed is just so much more higher than a first stage. Because the first stage just goes up and comes down, but the second stage is basically already up and flying really fast. You need to brake all that fast velocity and then make a soft landing. Yeah, and it just requires so much more energy. And if you would put fuel in the rocket for that, there just wouldn't be any left for any payloads. So that's basically the main reason for that. And that's why Starship is so incredibly insane, that they're trying to build a fully reusable system, which is just so super cool. Yeah. Yeah, and another question was if they're actually above the Starlink network. So I might actually have a cool visualization for that. No clue if it's perfect, but it's probably going to be better than nothing. So this is a picture SpaceX posted about that mission, basically. And you can see the lasers between the different Starlink satellites, and also a laser coming out of the trunk of the Dragon. And that's basically the communication they're trying to test. And yes, Dragon is going to be above the Starlink network when they test that. So about 200 kilometers, as far as I know. Yeah, and then they're going to try to connect with a laser from the trunk of the Dragon to a Starlink satellite and see if they can transfer there and even connect. And if that succeeds, that's just gonna be a new way to for high-speed internet in space, because of course lasers are pretty fast and can transfer a big amount of data. And yeah, that's even the reason why they're trying to do this. Yeah, and also super cool. So yeah, that's quite amazing. And yeah, if you have more questions, now would be a great time to put them in chat and see if I can answer them. Because yeah, this mission, at least liftoff is coming to an end, and I actually need to get back to university because I'm studying mechanical engineering right now. So yeah, I won't be here for too long anymore. So if you have questions, feel free to put them in chat. Okay, and it did just seem that that I have small issues with my audio there, but it should be fixed now. So what I was saying is basically that someone was thanking me for the stream, and I'm super thankful you liked it. And I'm really looking forward to the next one. I might do it sometime, maybe even with Felix together. And yeah, that's hopefully going to be super cool. So yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today's stream. So thank you so much all for watching. And if you want people to see the replay of the stream that's going to be live on the channel, feel free to hit that like button and also subscribe to the channel, of course, to not miss further live streams we're going to do. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching. And I'll run the intro one more time as an outro, and I think lots of people like that, so it probably will be cool for you guys to see that again. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Good morning. No voice. Can you hear me? You're very, very soft. Yeah, much better. It's not real loud, but much better. Normal level. Sounds the same. But I can hear you. Got a question for you. Yeah. Well, it worked out all right. Oscar woke me up just before launch, so yeah, my alarm clock. I think he heard the rumblings. Intuition. His hearing's a little better